Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. Beyond the Forgotten Realms and perhaps not far from Exandria, Atlaran and her two-moon sky have seen leviathans, dissolutions, divine gates, and calamities. And that's only the last 5,000 years. Perhaps most distinct for her scars, Atlaran is host to a number of sacred or cursed sites, depending on whether you ask Bahamut or Asmodeus. Or perhaps you'll ask the old Balin gods, whom the world herself and her moons and star are named after. These places, like Mount Gear, the Monomarig Meteor, Drozdana, the Dawn Deep Trench, the Shattered Continent, the Greenhall Sea, the entirety of Garrett Eldathos, they all play parts in the world's fate. But it's the people that truly shape it. And every so often, little windows of time, short glimpses into exceptional people's lives, are plucked from the midst of the chaotic centuries, and we call them stories. They're not always epics of heroism and bravery. Quite the contrary. Every hero was once a bumbling fool, or a selfish mercenary looking to make a platinum. Or, in most cases, both. And that brings us to our particular window in time, following in the footsteps of a scorned bard and her unlikely lone wolf companion. Or perhaps lone coyote is more apt.
Marin and VANIER, a half-elven fighter with a love of freedom and gunpowder and a former bard relearning her musical skills. Marin was the daughter to a frail sun-elf laundress who passed away when she was still young. Left to care for her half-sister Sylfie alone, Marin grew up far too fast. In her desperation to keep her sister from starving, Marin accepted help from the Alteras and was lured into their poisonous web of abuse, theft, and murder. Forced to kill and torture often those unsuspecting and even undeserving. Eventually, Marin dared to question her adoptive father Alistair, and was slaughtered on the spot by her brothers just before she was 18. Sylfie was left to flee alone, but 10 years later, Marin awoke, revived by the Heidling cult. Sickly but determined, she recovered thanks to powerful magics and the apparent interest of Cynthia Moore, mother of the new king of the Arbiters, Silas Moore III. And, by Cynthia's order, Marin was given as a gift to Silas in the hopes that she would become his subservient partner, a suitable wife that would not question the Moore family thanks to her debt to them. Marin, however, had the spark of rebellion in her soul by then, and wasn't about to be controlled again. When Silas proved he supported her in the freedom of those crushed by the Arbiters, Marin reluctantly fell in love. Now with her fiancé at her back and the work to be done, Marin is ready for the long road ahead. She'll make sure no one suffers under the boot of the Arbiters or the Heidling cult ever again.
Kit, just Kit, a shifter, or ELUSIR, of the Coyote Totem and mildly devout cleric of Savros, the Balin god of mischief and wanderers. Originally hailing from Amnoblin as part of a group of natives called the Manamar and Dalmaric, Kit's people have always been harassed by the Skull, or outsiders who seek to take their ancestral lands and waters. Kit's particular tribe was attacked when he was young, rendering himself and his brother Ren orphans, and forcing their tribe to flee their home continent altogether. They found refuge in Iroquel, but struggled to adjust to the change from subarctic to equatorial desert. Trusting in the sacred Mount Gear, heart of the world, to watch over them, Kit's people settled in the northern savannas. But Kit never settled. Aimlessly causing trouble to Skull and taking mercenary contracts to send money home since he was 15, Kit has become a person of interest to the Guild of Wardens, enforcers who help keep the common laws. Thanks to Dana Fioris, a former troublemaking comrade who eventually went straight and became a warden herself, Kit has quite the dossier with the wardens, and rarely struggles to find work at their guild. And now, alongside Sylfie, Kit has his own scores to settle with the Arbiters, though breaking apart an organization of kidnappers and slavers would be reason enough to destroy them. And hello, everybody.
Hello.
I dropped my keyboard right at the end of that, so that'll be
Good job.
That'll be perfect in there.
Very proud.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I'm your DM, Taiylor Wallace, and joining me, I have Alicia Kelley.
Hello.
And Blake Wolfe.
It me.
That took a while.
Indeed. But, hello. Welcome. How's everybody doing in this endless year?
Oh, it's actually,
It's endless.
weirdly enough, it's coming to an end.
It is.
Because thanks, the giving of the turkey
The giving of the things.
is not far away. The fake made up holiday
Yeah.
that was, made up to help families during World War II? World War I?
Is that what
I
happened?
don't know.
Yeah, Thanksgiving isn't real. Yeah, it was like...
Well, I know it's not real.
yeah,
Like,
it was
none
like...
None of this is real.
I think there were some stories about, there's probably a story that fed it from the settlers at Jamestown and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
but the actual holiday wasn't created until either World War I or World War II, and they did it as a way to create family time for those people, and to have, an extra day off or something, because everybody was, upset because there was a war on.
I know that was kind of the same deal with
Sounds
Christmas.
like white people.
Yeah. That's kind of the same deal with Christmas. For one, A Christmas Carol, really kicked Christmas off, but then,
Thanks,
right
Charles
after...
Dickens.
Yeah, right after World War II, everyone was commercialism, capitalism, let's go.
But you know what really kicked off Christmas?
Yule.
A Muppets Christmas Carol.
It's true.
It's true.
Didn't care about
it was
Christmas
Kermit.
until that came
Right?
out.
'Tis the season to be jolly and joyous.
La la la.
La la la.
That's
Or Miss
the
Piggy,
one-
she's like, Belinda.
Belinda! I promised.
I'm Bettina.
I'm Bettina. Whatever.
I promised on Twitter that I was not going to get mad at anybody for starting to celebrate Christmas early. But god damn it.
I'm Bettina.
One Christmas movie I love. That
It's
Jim
so
Carrey's
good.
Grinch.
I like Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh yeah, Jim
Nightmare
Carrey's
Before
Grinch
Christmas
is good.
too.
That's
yeah.
a good, yeah.
Oh
Any
my
other Christmas movie
god,
I'm
Jim
like,
Carrey's Grinch is a fucking... Oh my god. Isn't this antique darling? It's handcrafted and over 100 years old. Oh, I'm really impressed. God, they had such a wonderful cast for that movie. It was
Christine Baranski
so
is a
good.
fucking
Okay.
legend.
Oh, she is. Oh my god. Whew.
This legend.
Well, hello everybody. Apparently
Oh.
it's officially Christmas season
Yeah.
now.
P.S.
Oh,
Michael
that
Caine is a
far.
terrible singer.
Oh yeah, he's not good. It's really
What?
bad. But
Michael Caine is the Grinch in the
Christmas
Muppets.
Carol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or he's
Michael
He
he's
wasn't in the
Scrooge,
Grinch.
not the Grinch.
Yeah. He was in the Muppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
There's a reason he only sang one song.
Yeah, well,
Actually, I do have a favorite Christmas movie that's not Nightmare Before Christmas. It's the Jim Carrey animated The Story of Scrooge, whatever that one's called.
Christmas Carol,
Yes, the Charles Dickens one.
Yeah, the actual Charles Dickens one.
The
the Muppet version of
CGI
Charles
one where
Dickens.
he played the CGI one where he played all the characters or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that one.
You know what
I
other
saw that
one?
but
You know, the other one's really good. I haven't seen that Jim Carrey one, but National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I know you don't like it, Alicia. Okay,
know.
I'm gonna be the only one here, but that movie has so much probably really un-PC shit in it, but God, it's just so ridiculously funny.
every year Corey and Harris make me watch it. It's part of our Christmas tradition that we have to.
It is my Christmas tradition. P.S. Look at my togepi.
Togepi.
You can't
I
see,
don't
it's
have
too
nice
bright. But
Band-Aids.
I don't have it.
buy yourself some kids Band-Aids. They the best.
I'll buy the Game Grumps ones.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw that came out.
Those are so stupid. I get it, but no. Make money where you can, but come on, guys.
I love it. I love it.
Anyway, this is a D&D show.
Yeah.
It is.
Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company, where we talk
already
about
said that.
Christmas movies for 10 minutes before we
In
start the
November.
show.
Yeah.
Well,
boy.
I
Are
mean,
we
it's
gonna
not
have a
like
Christmas episode?
it's not like there's any good Thanksgiving movies.
When is Christmas this year?
December 25th.
No, when is it? What day? Dick?
I think it's actually it's a Wednesday. Oh, that's November. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a Friday. I was looking at the wrong calendar.
We could have a day after Christmas thing. I don't know.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
We could all dress
fucking
up.
Atlaran has like Yule lore. We can do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
I will get a string of lights out and I'll just wrap them around my body, and that's my
I'll
costume.
wear one of my terrible Christmas sweaters.
I've got one.
You guys can learn the stories of the Vixu and Ingmir. He's like Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
Santa.
Yeah. Ingmar? I don't remember.
I don't know. It's your god.
Something. He's a Jotun. He's not a god.
It's your god.
Sure.
I don't know. It's your lore. I don't know. I have no idea.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome. Last episode, we started off the day after Marin and Silas's wedding. After which was promptly just put a big old damper on that with some lies and deception.
My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marin is really good at fucking up good relationships.
Yeah.
But between a few conversations in the morning, things seemed to be okay for the moment. Marin and Silas did have a little talk about trusting and sharing a little bit more. Kit spent a little while asking around about the mist and the potential ghost that he saw, but let that go. You mailed your journal about Enoch back to Roanna. I'm just skipping over, because literally the entire last episode was just us talking.
Yeah.
Well,
that's okay.
That's every episode.
But I mean all the characters talking to each other with like almost zero travel happening beyond the quick skip.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys did set out toward Irakel on England the 8th. By Vrosgard the 17th, you guys are getting into let's see. You guys are getting into whoops, wrong map. Vrosgard, there we go. You're in mid-autumn currently, toward the latter half of Vrosgar, and you dropped Mia off on a tidal wave with water walk at the Nutalam Monastery of Ioun.
Surfed her ass into shore.
Yeah, it was pretty epic.
Yeah, it was.
And you continued sailing through the night till Kit and Marin had a little talk. And said
we had a little talk. Yeah, I forgot about this.
Well, it happened to coincide with a scripted event.
Yeah, happened to coincide with a big old bitch event.
Okay.
Where Marin lost control to her walker puppet master and attempted to kill Kit and then Silas. Kit, using polymorph, became a small golden dragon and nearly drowned her ass.
Yeah.
But when she got her senses back, you guys landed, chatted a little bit, and then Marin ran off to go talk to Senna. And Silas sent his familiar, Ashley, to look after her.
Look down. Look down.
Indeed. Senna did show up, and while she could not help necessarily with the whole walker tether thing without a staff, she did offer a potential advantage against it, a silvery, partly silver, partly golden needle that you'll have a chance, knowing it's coming, and be able to jab yourself with it to give yourself advantage.
Not in the jugular.
No, just like that, right in the throat.
If you don't save, you'll die. It'll be great. But yes,
why not both?
Silas is aware that something happened, but he did not hear the details.
I'm sorry. Poor Kalos Dos. I missed it.
Shut up.
I missed a syllable.
We're never gonna start.
Shush. And then Marin decided not to share much either.
No, I fessed up.
Did you?
Yeah.
I told him that I.
You
made
were
a
like,
deal with
I done
Senna,
fucked up.
I said I made a deal with Senna, and I have to give her staff. That's basically what I told.
Yeah.
him. But,
Okay.
And then you did the I made a mistake, and I was like, oh, my heart.
yeah, I was very close to crying too.
Yeah. But you re-boarded the ship, the Cradle of the Dawn. I did put a note that Kit has Gesh on Marin till Saurus the 22nd. It is marked on the calendar.
Nice.
We are opening at Vrosgar the 18th as you guys come around the northern point of Iroquel, outside of the little village of Vulfira. You're arriving about noon. So, as the Cradle of the Dawn rounds the point, you did see like little wisps of like chimney and campfire smoke from afar. And you did see along these sort of rocky beaches, sort of totem set up, like not totems in the sense of like Northwestern Pacific Native Americans, but like these big poles that are decorated with sticks with feathers across them, animal skulls, paint, that sort of thing.
Nice.
And each of them, there seems to be specifically 4 different kinds, each of them having a different sort of paint patterning, but like I said, 4 different varieties, and each of them has a skull that sort of matches up with this apparent totem. Kit does know that these are markers for the clans of the of your particular tribe. Some tribes have more, some have less. They do roughly go with the different types of shifters, but that's just a very rough approximation. The village of Vulfira that you guys come upon is it's small and fairly rugged, but it does look like it's had plenty of time to sort of settle in. As I think at this point, how long has it been since Kit left Amnovalin?
He was 15 last time they were at. No, God.
Wasn't he like 9?
Yeah.
So it's been about a decade.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been so long since I looked at my backstory.
Yeah. This village is a bit out of place in Iroquel because it's a very different style. In northern Iroquel, it's not as hot as the rest of the continent, but it's still on the warm side. Instead of sort of stone buildings that are the norm in Iroquel, because there's just not a whole heck of a lot of trees, it looks like this village has managed to hold on to some of its traditional architecture, which obviously they don't have access to tree branches, so they've used things like large bush branches and straw and whatnot to build up what are essentially wattle walls with daub over them, sort of like a mud clay covering, with the sort of straw Celtic roundhouse style roof. Is what a lot of these little homes look like. They're literally just for sleeping in. Everything else takes place outside. The only sort of out of place building is a fully stone, in the shape of a longhouse, but fully made of stone with a thatch roof that sits in the middle of the village, and it has a hole in the very center of it where some smoke is coming out of. From out in the open water, as the ship isn't able to approach too close because of the shallows, you can see a fair number of people moving around, not a whole lot. But the most striking thing about the village of Vulfira is probably the giant central pole in the middle of the village next to this longhouse. It is painted to look like all of the other totems that you've seen, but sort of stacked up on top of each other. And at the very top, there is a large boulder that you have no idea how they got it up that high, that is sitting on the top and is sort of holding down this long blue sort of banner that comes off of this long pole. Wherever they got the pole from, they would have had to ship it in because, again, Iroquois doesn't have trees to speak of. But for Kit, some of the homes in this village are new to you, as you have been gone quite a while. And the Longhouse is definitely new. You haven't seen that before. Last time you saw it, they had just marked on the ground where they were going to build. So this has happened within probably the course of a year.
Okay.
But the ship anchors as close as it can get without being in danger of being dashed on the rocks. And you guys pile out into rowboats to head to shore. Now, who do you take with you for this, like, initial, like, coming to shore?
Me?
Sure, you're kind of in the lead here.
I planned on letting them come to shore when they wanted to, but I was going to wild shape into a giant eagle and fly in first.
Okay. All right.
To kind of let them know we're coming.
All right, so the rest of you are getting the rowboats ready as Kit leaps off the side, turning into his eagle form.
Caw-caw!
That's not the sound they
You
make.
sound like that?
Caw-caw!
Can you talk when you're in wild shape or no?
No.
Eagles skeen. They don't caw.
Skeen!
They, what that means is they scream.
Oh. Aha!
Thank you. What do you do?
I fly into town. Ha-ha! Ah!
Really?
They're not crows.
Really?
Ah! As
You
I fly
are
by,
clearly sick.
I'm fine.
Uh-huh. Okay,
I'm just
other
real
than
fucking
screaming,
tired. Yeah.
What do you do?
Hang on. Ah!
All of our neighbors love us right now.
I'm on fire. So I this is me flying in, just like, you know, landing.
Get to the fucking point, Ben.
Okay, so
Lord.
I go to the center of the village, and I just I drop my wild shape just before I hit the ground, so it looks like I hit the ground, cloud of dust kind of thing, and just instantly turn into a person again. Like, haha.
Okay. So you come and land in the middle of what is essentially like the little village market. It's hardly a market. It's where everybody barters their stuff, essentially. Your people don't really use money inside the village. It's just for outside purchases. So near a fair group of like 7-8 people, like bringing hides and produce to their little market, you just pop up in a cloud of dust, and they all like look over at you like wide-eyed because that's a druid thing. And so all of them are just staring, and you do recognize these people, and they recognize you. And they're all probably these folks are going to be in like their 40s, 50s, even up to their 60s. It's mostly older folks. But among them, you do recognize one particular character.
Aunt Sharon.
What?
I'm just joking.
First of all, her name is Tessa.
No, I know. I've got the list in front of me.
Yeah. Among them, quick note. So there's in the Tundra clan of your tribe, there's two different like groups of warriors. There's the Watch and the Scouts. The Watch look after the village, whereas the Scouts patrol outside. You see Captain Ruzar, who was your one of your mentors taught you to fight, taught you to hunt. Probably more like an uncle to you than your actual uncle. But he's just standing watching over the market, this older, slightly darker than you, ELUSIR, weather-worn skin. He would have sort of white fur along the edges of his ears. Mm-hmm. But he looks over at you and he's like, well, finally.
I'm back.
I see that. That was quite an entrance.
Thank you, I've been working on it.
And he steps up toward you. Nothing surprises Ruzar. He's never like, whoa, kid! It's always like, oh, there you are.
It's like, oh, it's you again.
That
he walks up to you, and he's got this homemade leather armor on. Not too constrictive. It's like a cuirass with no arm guards except for the vambraces and then some light leg guards. Underneath is mostly like red and black clothing, very light. But he walks up to you and puts a hand on your shoulder. You at this age would actually be slightly taller than him now.
Damn right.
But he's got this jet black hair that sort of mohawk style is shaved on the sides and then pulled back into a ponytail. But he looks up at you and he's like, so, Ren said you're on the way. What?
Not anymore.
See, you haven't lost the attitude.
Nope.
What can we do for you, kid?
I'm just here to say hi.
No business this time?
Do I need some?
Well, no. Just normally you're here for a moment and then you're gone.
Is everybody here Irish?
No, they're quite a mix of
okay.
accents.
I was like, should I have been Irish this entire time?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Actually, the most common Delmarg and Manamar accents are Irish, Scottish, and sort of North American leaning toward Native American.
I've spent a lot of time with other
like
people.
Canadian.
Yeah.
a lot of time with a bunch of Midwesterners.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people who talk like this, sort of slow and deliberate.
Oh, that. Yeah, okay.
And then it, interestingly enough, like some Canadians sound almost Irish, so it fades into it. And then there are the straight up Scots. But yeah.
Yeah, no, not here for any business this time, just to stop and say hi and make sure that Dana's been sending all the money this way.
She's been sending quite a lot, and
Well, good, I've been working.
I think she's been sending some extra on top of that as well. But he motions off toward the ship and says, so are those your friends?
Oh yeah, there'll be I don't know how many people, but yeah, there's a few of them, yeah. There's also a couple people who are also ELUSIR that used to be slaves that we freed, so they may or may not stay here.
Well, let me go get Jurgen. He'll give them a proper welcome. You know this place well enough. Is there anything you need?
Yeah, we'll get there. Nice house, by the way. It looks like it came together well.
Yeah, he turns and looks at the longhouse and he says, yeah, didn't make a few people very happy. They thought we should stick to the traditional architecture, but this will be the one that stands up to the Irakel storms better than the others. So they'll just have to get used to it for now.
They'll live. Some of these people and their traditions.
Yeah, you know how the old bastards are about their traditions. But until we can go back to Amnoblin, they're just going to have to make new ones.
You go do that. I'm going to go see Ren. Is he at home?
Probably not. He's likely with Gira.
Where are they at this moment?
Probably in the back of the longhouse, my best bet.
Okay. All right. Well, don't tell him I'm here yet, okay?
I'm not going that way, so have fun.
Okay.
He does stop to actually hug you for a moment.
I actually slightly hug him back.
Yeah. I mean, he half raised you practically.
Yeah.
But he pats your back and sort of like man hug. And he pulls back with a hand on your shoulder.
Like really
and says,
aggressive. There's like a lot of pounding going on.
Yeah. It's not
like the half handshake and then it turns into a hug.
No. It's much more familial than that.
Where we gently grasp forearms and then barely touch our chests
like,
together.
That's my boy. It's nothing like that. It's like, hi buddy, welcome home.
Okay.
He says, and if you see Osana, just be ready. She's a little mad at you for being gone so long.
Osana.
His wife. She taught you to hunt.
Yes. So I will avoid her like the plague.
Well, you got to say hi to her at some point.
I will say hi to her before I leave.
All right. Go on. And he takes off to go find one of the village druids, Jurgen.
I run to the longhouse, dash, and then once I get to the longhouse, to the door towards the back where they're supposed to be at.
Yep.
Is the door open?
Yes.
Okay, I figured it just stands open. And then I wild shape into a mouse. Beep, 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 beep. And there goes both my wild shapes for today. And I mouse stealth into there, and I want to get right up next to Ren.
Okay, roll stealth.
Really hope he doesn't step on you.
Well, then all my HP, I'll just poof into me again. It'll be fine.
And you'll throw him as you just appear from under him.
What do I add for mouse stealth?
Mouse stealth. We're gonna use a rat because it's the closest thing.
Okay.
0.
11.
Okay. Get my dice.
These tropical floor shows are so exotic. I'm just gonna turn into all the rats from the Muppets.
Yeah.
That I just walk around with a weird New Jersey accent.
Was that from
Treasure Island?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen those movies too much. I know. Jeez.
Or Rizzo
in the sun.
Yep, that one. No, that one's actually Christmas Carol.
Yeah, that one's Christmas Carol. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, I'd be using Ren's passive perception. Yes, he does notice you.
Oh, he notices the mouse.
Yes.
Okay.
As you sneak into the back of this longhouse, it is a longhouse, so it's one long room. It has benches up against all of the walls and a fire pit, sort of a long pit in the very center. This is sort of in traditional use. It's a meeting place. It's a place to sort of hole up if there's any danger. And sort of where the community shares food around whenever there's a party or whatever. You do see Ren. He has grown quite a bit, had a growth spurt.
Yeah.
He looks quite a bit like you. Thinner, shorter, a little bit more like lean muscle than you last saw. Last you saw him, he was like a lanky, awkward teenager. He's starting to fill out a little bit. Mm-hmm. But he has black hair like your mother instead of your auburn hair. And you see him standing in sort of traditional, not quite druid's robes, but traditional, more more akin to like a medicine person's robes than the sort of simple clothing that most of the villagers wear.
Ooh.
And next to him, you see the insanely tall elder of the Steppe clan. Gira, known as the Meadowheart, is his, or their title. They are, I'm going to be honest, they're kind of inspired by Keyleth, just a tiny bit.
Okay.
Very, very tall, sort of darker auburn, long, wild, curly hair. And they wear a necklace made of sort of antler tips around their neck. They're generally pretty quiet and gentle, as the elder of the Steppe clan. They're sort of animals that are related to the clan are the quieter and hooved variety, especially. But you see their ears that extend back. The red hair sort of fades into brown and then gray and white at the very tip, sort of similar to their totem, which you know is the Marga moose.
A moose.
But you see them standing there, sort of hunched a little bit from age, and they and Ren are just quietly discussing something. You can make a perception check if you want to know what.
Perception. What's rat perception?
You would use your own mental stats for this.
Oh, that's right.
Because you're in wild shape.
That's
Yes.
right. 19.
Yeah, in wild shape, you keep your mental stats. In polymorph, you do not. What was the number again?
19.
19, okay. As you get closer, even as you see Ren actually look at you directly, he's not bothered. You're a mouse. Like,
It's true.
mice are fine. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
You can hear them discussing quietly about sort of the year's harvest, which is sort of Gira's thing, is to look after the food and well-being of the tribe. But also worries about winter. Even though it doesn't actually snow down here, it does get pretty rainy and cold, sort of like southern England. And they're worried about sort of the typical stuff like bandits, pirates, that sort of thing.
Oh, as soon as they mention bandits and pirates, I'm gonna like scurry up and just like pop into me, and I'm gonna be like, "Who do you need me to kill?"
Oh, Jesus.
Like, how close do you pop in?
I want to be like, if they've got their heads together, I want to be like right here.
Okay.
Like, I want to complete the little triangle.
So you want to get
Okay.
punched in the face?
Yeah, I want to be
Yeah,
really close.
what is your armor class?
17.
Okay.
Gira just fucking moose kicks me into next week.
That's kind of what's going to happen.
Headbutt.
Yeah.
That was a natural 20.
Oh God.
So you pop in like, who needs to die? And Ren's reaction to like put his hands up in front of his face. Gira's is to open palm to chest, just smash you.
Oh, okay.
Like full on monk style. So this is going to be a pretty bit of damage
Good.
because they are a monk.
I'm ready. Hit me.
Gave this poor person a heart attack.
Right. Well, I mean, I have to get Ren to be one of the elders as soon as possible.
You take 20 bludgeoning damage straight to the, what is this called? The solar plexus?
Yeah.
Yeah, just below your sternum. Yeah.
Like a damn near a horse kick. Yeah, kind of a moose kick. And
Now I have 69 HP.
yeah.
Nice.
God, we're so dumb.
It's great.
But yeah, you get like pushed back a couple feet by Gira's just innate reaction, which you've never seen Gira hit anybody.
Oh.
Because they're sort of a pacifist, but they clearly know how to handle themselves. But they're in like this stance as you're like catching yourself on your heels, and
I'm
then
just like-
they stand up straight. They stand up straight as Ren is still like has definitely got a fever. He's being so ridiculous today.
I don't actually have a fever.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god! Oh, you old mule! Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, and Gira stands up straight, sort of folds their hands into their sleeves and says, Kit.
Ah! Oh my god!
You shouldn't have walked up on us.
Oh, I thought... Oh, God. Whew. What happened to that vow of, like, being nice and shit? Jesus.
I took no such vow.
Oh, my God. Thought my moose would be slower, but damn.
No.
Oh.
And they step forward and put a hand on your chest, and you feel like a rib crack back into place.
Ah!
You can
Oh, God.
take back...
Oh, you got it! Ah!
Take back 10 HP.
Fucking dramatic bitch, God.
I can't even write. I'm laughing so hard.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
But at this point, Ren is like quietly like laughing to himself.
Okay.
Welcome home, kid.
Oh my god. I am never coming back. Okay. Hi, everybody.
There's
here.
just the two of them.
Oh.
And Ren steps forward and like wraps his arms around you.
Oh, I hug him back while breathing very heavily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like here on you.
Oh, you're getting so tall. Oh, wow. Yay.
Don't be an asshole already.
What? Why? How could I ever? Oh, God.
He steps back and looks up at you and says, "Hi.
Hi.
Do you?
I'm fine.
Do you need?
No, I'm fine.
Come here."
I'm
and
okay.
he puts his hands on your shoulders, and in an ability you did not know he ever had, he heals you for the additional 10 hit points.
Oh. Oh, God. Okay. I think I'm gonna make it. Oh, Jesus.
You can breathe. You're fine.
Oh, God. No, I'm just playing it up at this point.
I know.
Oh. Okay, so, yeah, this is all I came here to do, is just say hi to everybody. Hey.
Hi.
Do you need something? Who do I need to kill? You said pirates, bandits.
Just the usual stuff. It's fine.
Where are they? I've got a whole boat of people.
If I knew where they were, fucking Osana would have taken care of them by now. So, how is everybody? Are you doing? Gira, I know you're fine. I'm not even gonna ask you. Oh my god. I am well, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't ask. How are you, Ren? Doing okay? Still alive, I see.
Pretty okay.
Have you gotten rid of one of the elders yet so you can take their spot?
No. What? No. I'm 15.
Hurry up, Gira. I mean that in the most loving way, obviously.
I'm sure.
This is why I left this village, is because everybody hates me.
It's because you made them all hate you. But Ren says, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't actually think you'd show up.
Because you thought I'd die, or because...
No, because you haven't been here in like almost a year.
I was busy.
You still could have stopped by.
I was in Harris.
But
it's
you
not
could
a
have
short
stopped by.
trip.
But you went from Port Saris to Harris. You could have stopped by on that trip.
To be fair, I forgot where you lived. But we were also chasing this guy who was killing people, so it felt important.
Oh, well, I thought you were staying away because of Vasco.
No.
Not that I can blame you.
Nah, fuck that guy.
Okay, Is there anything I can help with? Or
Why does everybody want to help me with something? Can't you just be
I don't-
like, hey,
I
you're
don't know.
here. How wonderful
because
is this?
you help us?
Oh, whatever. Money. Pfft.
Also, a lot of us don't know how to talk to you.
I speak common just like the rest of you.
That's not what I mean. You know that.
Well, do you want to hear some stories or do you want to like...
Hell yes, I do.
Okay, or do you want to sit here and listen to Gira talk about moose all day?
That's not what...
I know. You guys were talking about plants and like winter and...
Important things that
I'm
contribute to
sure.
the survival of our entire village? Yes.
Probably. Yeah, I'm sure. You know, there's like a bunch of druids in here. Why don't you guys just like make food?
That's like an emergency.
Okay.
And also, we can't just apparate stuff out of nowhere. That's some high-level shit.
Oh, are you guys all like level 1?
We're metagame. He's like, what would you know about it?
What do I do? Oh, I'm sure I have a cantrip. Let me look at my cantrips. I summoned the Thorn Whip. I'm like, I know a little bit now.
You became a forester?
Yes. I now go by the name Indiana.
What?
I don't know. What's something that only druids can do? Thunderwave? I don't want a Thunderwave.
Well, you just unwild shaped in front of him, so
That's
he's a little
true.
confused.
Oh, yeah. So some things happened.
Uh-huh.
I'm no longer a cleric.
What? Why?
We actually want to talk to the elders about that because I feel like there's going to be some consequences. Another god, I like hold up the hand with the ring because I got one on. And like, another god kind of claimed me.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should probably talk to Karsa.
Karsa, that is not one of the elders.
It's one of the druids, toward the bottom.
Yes, Karsa. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and Savros. Uh-oh. Yep.
And so who claimed you?
Taldonost.
Oh, well, that's not that bad.
Okay, okay. Whew.
It's still in the same pantheon.
That's good at least, I suppose.
I mean, Savros is still kind of a vindictive bastard at some points, but we'll see what happens.
Good thing the Divine Gate still exists.
Yeah, but the Titans are here. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a lot of catching up to do, I think.
Yes, probably a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. And at that point, at the other end of the hall, Ruzar sticks his head in the door and says, Ket, your friends are coming to shore. Should we bring them in here or
Kill them all.
All right. And he
No,
turns and
oh my
walks
god.
away.
Don't do
He's
that.
gone.
I run
He's
after
gone.
him. I run
He's
after
gone.
him. Like, no. No.
He just keeps walking. The rest of you have arrived on shore, pretty much the whole crew, as the ship has been left in the care of a couple people who know that they're not going to stay. So Ruzar, followed by Kit going, no, walks up to you guys' group and says, all right, friends, y'all gotta die, says Kit, and he just picks up his spear.
Oh, that sounds about right.
2 arms.
Whoa.
And Ruzar, as you're like, whoa, he walks right up to you and sticks out a hand and says, hello, welcome.
Hello.
It's an old ELUSIR joke, LOL.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
right behind him.
Okay.
I also just said LOL. It is now canon.
Lots of love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. I don't shake his hand, but I say, Marin VANIER, nice to meet you, Kit.
He awkwardly pulls his hand back and says, "Hello,
His
Captain,
name is Ruzar.
Captain Ruzar, Captain of the Watch here. And kind of, not by blood, but kind of Kit's uncle of sorts."
Oh, okay.
He's actually probably decent.
Thank you.
Well, that's good to know.
But also following behind you guys are Ren and Elder Gira. So, Marin, you see a kid who looks a fair bit like Kit, but with, wow, the Irish just stuck there for a second when I said the word fair. It looks a fair bit. A fair bit like Kit with dark hair. And I'm really bad at Irish. Once I get stuck in it, though, God. Followed by this red, auburn-maned, older person whose gender you can't quite tell. And also along with you guys, Jurgen has arrived as well, the only male druid of the tribe. Kit, you know him as the sort of... I wrote devotee of Senna and Hesperus, but sort of what each druid is representative of each god's sort of tenets and qualities. So his thing as the lore keeper scribe is that he's the teacher of the tribe and sort of the one who keeps all of the any scrolls, books, all oral knowledge, so on and so forth. And he's generally really soft and just a nice guy. He's older, sort of pudgy. You know that his totem is... what would his totem actually be? Soft, older, and pudgy. He'd probably be the rabbit. Or like a hare.
That's cute.
Yeah. Or, well... Yeah, probably. Let's go with rabbit for now. Or like a fucking... We'll go Redwall and say that his totem is the mole. So he could be like the cellar keepers in Redwall.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
That is pretty fucking cute.
That they have such a strong accent that nobody can understand them, yeah.
Yums, welcomes here. Yeah. But yeah, you see this like pudgy, almost Friar Tuck looking guy also approach. He's got like a book in one arm, sort of in the middle of doing something. None of ELUSIR don't have the sort of hereditary balding trait, but he definitely has like a slightly receded hairline. And dark short hair as he just sort of waddles up to the group. Little glasses on his face. And, but he steps in front of everybody else, just like right up in front of Marin and Silas and you guys, and says, "Welcome everybody, welcome. If you'll follow me to the long hall, we'll get you settled in, get a meal in you and a few drinks, and we'll introduce everybody."
Sounds nice.
I am Jurgen. I am one of the Vulfira tribe's druids. I am the lore keeper. And he just waves a pudgy hand and like motion you guys on. So Gira just steps back and lets him take over. Just serenely quiet. But people have started to notice now, and you, Kit, do see that some of the other elders are coming in. All except for Gira and Jurgen, all of the elders and druids are women. Gira, non-binary, Jurgen, male. And most of the people sort of in the lead in the tribe just in general are women, as it's a very matrilineal society. You do see, sort of watching from a distance, some of the scout warriors, and you do see among them Vasco. sort of almost Geralt of Rivia looking guy with graying hair, gray fur on his long ears. Definitely like embodies his totem of the Jotun wolf. And you see standing a little ways away from him, his wife, your Aunt Tessa, and her daughter with Vasco, Zaloa. They're just watching for the moment. But all of you are brought into the longhouse. The benches are sort of pulled closer to the central fire. Silas, Marin, Bull, Kit, you guys are all given seats next to each other, and the crew that you brought are all sort of packed in with you. Even though it's a fairly big building, like there's not a whole lot of room in there. And you guys are immediately served drinks, homemade, anything from wine and mead to like cordials and that sort of thing. And then food is immediately put over the fire to start cooking. Standing in...
What was that?
I don't know.
I think that was in my hallway. Yeah, it was. Sorry, it sounded like someone was in my apartment, but
yeah,
I can see the front door, so...
It sounded really close, and I was like, you looked panicked, so I was like, oh no, what's happening?
Right. I'll throw my fan at them.
So loud.
That'll scare anybody. They punch open the door and you're just like, yeah! And they're just like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
And they run away.
Be like,
it's like
watch
when
out.
a peacock flares at you. I do have a hatchet next to my desk, and I do have Twitch Terms Service. I do have a firearm within my bedroom.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah. I have a big knife by my bed, so...
Oh, I've got the knife too. It's around here somewhere. Well, I have my kitchen knife right here as well. But anyway, yes. You all sit down. A couple introductions are made to Gira, Jurgen, so on and so forth. And Marin, you do see in the group, Ren sits beside Kit. So he's between you and Kit. But Ren turns to you guys, Marin, Silas, and Bull, and says, "Hi, welcome. You must be the people Kit's been traveling with."
Yeah. You must be Ren. You two look very similar.
Yeah, unfortunately. And he glances at Kit.
Yeah, my apologies. Condolences.
I can have a passive perception of 19. I can hear all of this.
He's literally right next to you.
Yeah.
He's not trying to be sneaky.
I'm not either.
Pissed. Yeah, so you guys, what? Y'all just gonna chat?
Well, I was going to welcome your friends and
no, feel free. That's fine.
A good host, and he turns back to your group and says, "So you guys are just here to visit with him? No business around? He normally doesn't come here unless there's business."
Wow. Well, I mean, we were going up to Amnoblin anyway. I guess we thought it would be nice to stop by.
Well, you're absolutely welcome. He's always busy, is all I'm saying.
Well, he helped me see my sister recently, so I figured it was only right to return the favor.
Oh, okay. And he turns back to Kit. He says, "So, what have you been up to?"
Oh, killed a bunch of people. We're being hunted by the Heidelin cult.
I'm sorry, what?
I made friends with a goose and a fish. Been taken over by a new god.
Actually, in this space, it would not be weird for you to say that you made friends with a goose and a fish, so he doesn't react to that.
Yeah. This guy right over here is the king of the arbiters, so we helped him empty the entire...
The moment you say that, all eyes
Don't
turn
worry.
to Silas.
He's a convert. He's a convert. It's fine. Good guy. It's okay. So everybody chill. Silence is killing me. So after that, we emptied and stole the entire Arbiter treasury, which was pretty cool. And we stuffed a guy in a chest, I think, and locked it forever.
Yep.
Which is super cool.
We did do that.
And then I found one of the Hydaelyn staves, and I almost destroyed an entire island.
Yep, that definitely happened.
But it's okay because I filled up all their water buckets, and I and I re-fertilized their entire island. And then I gave the staff to Ken and McAmbro, and then I came here. And that's like the Cliff Notes version.
Okay.
Oh, we also we found a lich. We have to kill a lich. We have like a deal to kill one of the high-ranking members of the Hydaelyn cult. Like,
okay, Kit, maybe we want to stop
stuff
while we're ahead here.
No, I mean, we got more. What else do we want to talk about?
Okay, well, it's not that I'm concerned about these people. I'm concerned about other people who might be listening in, but never mind.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Since when have you been this open?
So when you're stuck on a teeny tiny boat with the same people forever, it's really nice to talk to people who are not them.
Oh, okay.
Also, she tried to kill me yesterday. Kinda still pissed about it. It wasn't her fault.
Everybody is silent after
It's okay.
hearing all of this.
I turned into a dragon. I fixed it.
What? None of this makes any sense, Kit.
Don't you know me?
No, apparently not. And Ren looks at Marin and says, I'm so sorry for him.
It's fine. I'm used to it by now. That's not why I tried to kill him.
I didn't assume so.
This is great, Mead. It's wonderful.
Thanks.
Okay, so Marin, like,
What?
you don't have to have any secrets here. And who knows, there's lots of really old people here who might be able to help you.
And you hear one of the elders, like, clear their throat.
Like I said, see, he's on the way out already.
So, okay, how many people are in here? Like, so it's us?
with the elders and the druids, probably along with you guys, could probably fit about 50 people.
Yeah,
into
no,
this building.
Yeah,
but the rest of the village is practically empty, which is less people than Kit remembers.
Okay.
Oh.
You know what? We can talk about this stuff when it's a little less crowded.
Okay. You do see from the group, probably one of wearing elders' robes, but definitely like the youngest of the elders. This woman stands up, and the first thing that strikes you about her is that she is not ELUSIR. She does appear to have, like, according to this sort of amulet she's wearing, she does appear to have like a totem, but she is not like Kit. She doesn't have these sort of elvish features. Instead, she is probably half elf or human. You can't quite tell because she does have the shifter, like, slight point to her ears, but they're not as long as Kit's. So you guess she's maybe half ELUSIR. But she has that sort of Dulmarig dark skin, long black hair. She has the side, like, fades, and then the rest of it is in sort of Viking braids going back. She has Viking braids along the sides, and then the top is left loose. sort of all pushed to one side. And her robes are a combination of dark gray and sort of a crimson with little hints of a pale yellow color here and there. And around her neck on this totem necklace, you see bear claws and a stone hammer pendant at the very bottom. But she stands up from the group. She almost looks a little miffed at this whole thing, but not like necessarily directed at anybody. And she looks at everyone, and I have to remember how to do Scottish.
Me mother's a bear.
Me mother's a bear. Actually, Rosen's a bear. But she looks over, everybody gathers. She says, all right, you heard her. Get out, all of you. And some of the village people look around her like,
oh, we're having a come into Jesus meeting right fucking now.
The normal village people like all stand up and get out. And as the village watch doesn't go to leave, Rosen looks over all of them and says, you two, get out. And they're all like, okay, and they take off until you are left with us, the elders, and Ren. But I
love that Ren is allowed to stay.
Well, he's the apprentice to one of the elders.
I know.
So, and also your brother. So
true.
But this elder, she's probably no more than like mid-30s, early 40s. She crosses her arms, looking at your group, and she says, all right, so is this any better? We'd like to know what our Kit is up to.
Oh, God.
Kit isn't the problem anymore.
Anymore?
You did have a staff. And
okay, fair.
We'll talk about that soon as well. I don't believe I've heard your name. I'm Elder Rosen Mosshart. I'm the elder of the Timber Clan.
Marin VANIER.
Marin?
Yeah.
And Silas Moore, I assume. He says, it's VANIER now. And she nods, looks to Bull, and Bull says, hi, I'm Bull.
He hasn't gotten to do that in a while.
No, he hasn't.
Yep.
Says, all right, Marin, Silas, Bull.
I'm Kit.
I know that, you little shit. I've dealt with you your entire life. Anyway, she takes a seat across from your group. Says, how can we help you?
I honestly don't think you can, but
It's worth a try.
I'll call out Jurgen. Be like, Jurgen,
Yes.
Marin has
Oh god, I can't switch between Scottish and Irish. This is going to be a train wreck.
Marin has made a deal with Senna. And I have also met her. Senna saved me from the hurricane.
But that's not
Oh
possible.
no, it is. I guarantee you it is, because she literally shot me out of the sky.
yeah, he's not wrong. I have spoken to her on several occasions.
I'm not. Oh no. I may be a disciple of Senna, but I don't know how to deal with that. And one of the other elders, probably. No, actually, this is up Rosen's alley as well. Rosen says, Jurgen's useful for the tenets and the sort of things that Senna laid down, millenniums ago, but recent happenings not so much. You're speaking of the Great Lady.
Yes.
Interesting. She's been, according to what we've been hearing, she's been getting around the north quite a bit. She was not so long ago in Amnoblin following another group, and we understand that she was partially responsible for what happened in Haven. So you've run afoul of her as well.
Yes.
Where is the staff now?
I gave it to Kenna McAmbro.
Good. That's definitely better. And she looks at Marin, says, now what dealings do you have with her?
So basically I have to give her another staff.
Why?
Oh man, here's the good stuff.
You guys just came into this village and suddenly the elders are like, what the fuck did you do?
Old people, man.
I don't know if you know what a walk. I don't know if you know what a walker is.
I'm mildly aware.
That's me.
You walk.
I have been dead for a decade. Was resurrected a little over a year ago, and apparently that's why I tried to kill Kit last night.
And as you say this, another one of the elders, another woman, stands up, dressed in lighter furs, but definitely like hunting attire. And she has, similar to Vasco, she has sort of graying white hair, fur and white fur at the tips of her ears. She stands up, looking a little miffed at this, and says, why do we have a walker in our midst around all of the elders and the important people of the tribe? And Rosen waves her off and says, shut up, Walker, it's fine.
I've got her under a curse anyway.
It'll be obvious, and I have some extra measures of my own, but yeah, that's the predicament I find myself in, and so Senna approached me and said she could fix it, and I told her I would do what I could to help her.
And she said that she needed the power of a staff to fix it.
Yeah.
Probably Gira would speak up next. Says, well, as a friend to Kit, you are welcome here. We simply ask that you don't go off anywhere alone.
I wasn't planning on it.
Thank you. Not to mess with your privacy, but we've already dealt with quite a bit of hardship ourselves, and we don't want to deal with any more for the moment.
Yeah, does anybody want to explain why half the houses are empty?
And before Gira can speak up, Ren actually cuts in and says, a lot of people have been leaving, especially younger people. Basically, anywhere between 15 and 20s, they leave for work elsewhere. And then after a huge group left, some of the warrior hopefuls, we got hit by pirates a few months back, and about a quarter of our able fighters died. And he sort of motions just generally and says, all of those people you just saw in here, that's the only people left. Either the very young or the middle-aged and old. People who either can't leave or refuse to give up the traditions.
Okay.
These pirates, were they arbiters?
We're not sure. They didn't have any banners or specific uniforms, but that doesn't mean anything when it comes to arbiters.
Yeah.
They didn't take anybody, they just killed people, so We were actually thinking maybe they were privateers. And he looks at Kit and says, possibly sent by the Hull-Drawn Company.
What's that?
The Hull-Drawn Company are the people who stole our land in Amnoblin. They set up factories. There's the Hull-Drawn Cannon Company down in Port Saris. That's sort of their base of operations. On our land, it's a fishing company. But they've been buying up land that isn't for sale and basically kicking off anybody who lives there. And it looks like they've decided that this land is either theirs or they're trying to tie up a loose end by getting rid of the entire Vulfira tribe. They haven't been back in a while, but...
Where's the closest one?
The closest Hull-Drawn?
Mm-hmm.
Probably... Oh, God, I don't have a map of Iroquois yet.
Hey, really quick, I have to run to pee.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't think I can make the break, so
It's fine.
I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Probably the closest Hull-Drawn location would be... There are 4 major ports in Iroquois. Port Saris is the southwesternmost, sort of a connection to Garrett Eldathos. The nearest one would be the northwestern port.
Okay.
I don't think I've named that one, so we're going to call it Port Mackenzie. But yeah, that would be the nearest one. It's also the nearest big city. It has the connections to mostly Lochmanos and Amnoblin for trade. But it is a long way away.
Oh, okay. Do you...
And then, of course, there's a Hull-Drawn Company in Seeger Rayfear.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you expecting them back anytime soon, or...?
I don't know. They haven't been here in months. So either they've forgotten us or they're just biding their time. A lot of the people that left went to the cities to get jobs, so maybe they know that and they're just waiting for people to leave so that they can wipe out the rest of us. But obviously we have no idea and no way of knowing.
I meant to destroy one of them, but I never got the chance to.
I don't think it's really worth it, Kit. If you destroy one, another one's just gonna pop up, and they're just gonna get more angry.
They won't know who did it.
It doesn't matter. They're just going to be more ruthless to everybody.
Could you give me a brief rundown on what I missed?
Just mentioning that there's a Hull-Drawn Company in the nearby Port Mackenzie. Not nearby, but closest. And then there is one in Seeger Rayfear. And Kit talking about how he almost burned one down in Port Saris.
Okay.
So what do we do then?
Well, what we've been trying to do is come up with the money to actually buy the land.
How much do you need?
Well, we're still trying to figure out if we want to buy the land here or try to buy back our ancestral land. Either is a viable option if we come up with enough, but with the Hull-Drawn Company involved, they're going to try to price us out of buying it. It's going to be tens of thousands. Especially because the land that they choose to take has some resource that they really want. The only safe place for us to really buy land would be within the Jotun Circle, but we aren't fit for the Arctic Circle. It's not part of our traditions. We don't know how to live there.
How many ships pass by here?
When they attacked, or just in general?
Just in general.
We usually see maybe 2 or 3 a week. Just merchant ships. Sometimes they stop in for trade, especially for the furs.
What if you had something new to trade to them?
Like what?
Something liquid. Like
you're gonna have to be more specific.
Water, or holy water, or poison, or anything you can think of that's liquid.
You think we should become a trading post?
I mean, if it saves you guys.
I mean, I'm not against that idea, but with the majority of the people here being older, people who remember what life used to be like, most of them just want to go back to the way it was. Isolated, self-sufficient, no modern technology, and they want to go home.
Silas and I also have money. If you need money, we can... it probably won't be the full amount, but we can help with that.
And Silas nods in agreement, but Ren looks to the elders, who have sort of given him the lead in this conversation. You can see that they have a confidence in him that he's probably earned over time. And Ren shrugs and says, I mean, we can't make this decision for everybody. We'd have to call a meeting and see what people feel. Again, I'm not against it. I think it would be good for us to... We could still keep our traditions, but also keep up with the modern world. But one of the things everyone is worried about is that modernity kills tradition.
Yeah, but your tradition is sending your posterity away. Or your posterity away.
Yeah.
So if there's no people here to carry the tradition, then what have you accomplished?
That's true. Maybe you should participate in that meeting. There are some people who don't think you're a member of the tribe anymore, but you are. You support us. And so you get a say too. In fact, I think you especially should get a say, because you're one of the people out there who's constantly working to make sure that we can eat. And he motions to the longhouse. He says, you practically built this place. So he
Sorry, I just had a song hit me as soon as you said that.
What?
We built this city!
I'll rock and roll.
Yeah. We built this city.
He turns toward Gira and says, maybe tomorrow we can talk with everybody, but let's let this all kind of sit for tonight. And Gira nods, says, I think that's very wise. And they nod to him and says, well done, Ren. And he kind of smiles a little bit. You can see from the others' reactions, Morda, who has not said anything yet, the elder of the Mountain Clan, she seems agreeable, but a little hesitant. Vokwa looks like she's not sure whether to be angry or just disappointed. And then Gira seems on the agreeable side as well. Rosen can't tell. She's just constantly miffed. She's probably the most like you.
Oh, that's why we don't get along.
Oh, she loves you.
Oh.
She just constantly messes with you.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, if you ever had a grandmother, it would be Rosen. Even though she's probably not old enough to be your grandmother, she's close enough.
Not.
But yeah, the elders sort of adjourn for the moment and make their way out as it's not super late, but it's getting a little bit later in the afternoon. You guys are all left to finish food, and some of the other villagers come back in to sort of serve and cook more if you need it. And your crew slowly disperses, kind of talking to people, getting a feel for the area. And they're generally welcomed with open arms because they are mostly ELUSIR. The few Dragonborn and Tiefling amongst the crew are welcome as well, but definitely don't fit in. Mm-hmm. Though their connections with this ELUSIR crew definitely helps. What do you guys do as everybody sort of disperses?
I do want to introduce Fala to Ren.
Okay.
Because I think Fala said he wanted to stay here?
He was thinking about it.
Okay. I just want to introduce him and be like, Ren, this is Fala. I accidentally sort of helped him choose his totem, so...
Oh, perfect.
But he's interested in possibly staying.
Ren looks to Fala, who's a little shorter than him, and says, you're absolutely welcome. We can use everybody we can get. Where are you from? And Fala half shrugs, said, I'm from the Govori tribe. I don't know where that is. And Ren nods. He says, so you're from not far from where we were. You're from near Colm. So you would actually probably fit in great here. We're not that different. And Fala nods to him, and you can see like the child like excitement sort of build in Fala, who's previously been very to himself, except when he's been an Arctic fox and run around on the ship. And he and Ren just start hitting it off right away. Like, Ren is telling him about their traditions, and Fala's like, oh yeah, I know that thing, and like talking about stuff his parents used to do. They're just in their own little world. It's like Percy meeting Terry. It's great.
Good. I will let them continue to chat, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
I do want to see if I can find Asana.
Okay. We'll do that in a second. Marin, Silas, Bull.
I don't know where we're staying. Are we staying in
there are plenty of unused little homes that you can stay in. Jurgen he'll talk to you guys about it later, but he did say that like there's plenty of room for you guys.
Okay.
Basically pick an empty house.
I guess, yeah, I'll just set my stuff in one of them. And then, so I did have a question. So for crafting my own ammo, because I am running dangerously low on ammo, what do I need? Like crafting materials? I don't...
The materials you would need for basic ammunition would be essentially gunpowder and lead.
Okay.
Or the components of gunpowder and lead.
Okay. Does it seem like I will be able to find that anywhere here? Yeah.
Well, considering it's Irakel, actually, yeah.
Oh, good.
One of the as you're making your way to one of these little round houses with the daub walls and the thatch roof, Silas is walking along with you. Bull goes and finds his own spot because he's a big boy. You pass through this little market area, and you actually see there is a foreign merchant set up here. Tiny little stall with like a cart and a mule. And one of the first things you notice on his cart and people actually coming up and buying from him are firearms. This is fairly new to the tribe. They're actually adopting this technology because, fuck, it's useful. Less for hunting, more for defense. But you do see that he's got a little bit. Seems to be of probably like a competitor to Molinarch, a lot of his stuff. But not to say firearms are the only things he has. He has like a wide variety of goods. And you see people trading furs and crafted objects to him instead of money. The few who do have money don't seem to spend it very flippantly. But yeah, as you step past, you see this very Victorian, aka Constantinian looking gentleman in like almost desert clothes because it is a little hotter here. It looks like he probably came up from the south. Slicked back, black hair, very nice like handlebar mustache curled at the ends. Looks like a proper like vendor out of London. Little straw boater hat. But he's just leaning on his stall, his mule off to the side, crunching on food, and he sees you walk through, and he's like, "Oh, hello."
Hello there.
Oh God,
Hello.
shut up. You are definitely not from here. How can I assist you?
I need bullets.
Bullets I have.
Good.
What sort of firearm?
Pistol and a big ass gun.
May I see?
Oh, sure. And I whip the Overwatch out of the bag.
Oh God, that is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Thank you.
Is that a Molinarch?
It is indeed.
May I take a look at it?
Be very careful.
Absolutely, of course. And he reaches out, and you can see he knows his guns. He sets it down on the counter after clearing things away. He says, "Well, the good news is Mr. Molinarch does have standardized calibers, so this should be easy to make ammunition for." And he's like inspecting it, and you see he actually gets like a little cloth out and a little like thing of oil and like oils up some of the moving parts. He says, "This is just gorgeous. You should really clean it more often, but this is beautiful."
I don't take it out and use it very often, but
Well, I do have a fairly cheap kit for cleaning up these weapons, if you would like one. And he
how cheap are we talking?
a gold
Yeah, it's not that
comes with one of these little oil bottles, brush, specific items for tightening things, loosening things, pulling it apart, what have you.
bad. Sure. Throw
All
it
right.
in there.
And he leans down under the counter and pulls out this little like leather roll and sets it out, and he unrolls it to show you everything in there, and it's just basically like gun care tools. Rolls that back up, ties it, and
It's got
says,
a little booklet in it. It's like how to care for your first
How-
gun.
it literally does have a pamphlet in it.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of, actually, this pamphlet looks weird. The text is perfect.
The printing press.
Has been invented.
Here comes Guggenheim.
Hey.
But yeah, it's perfect. All of the letters, each like every A looks like every other A. You've never
Ooh.
seen anything like this.
Who has handwriting like this?
Oh dear, this is not You haven't been to Constantinos recently, have you?
No.
This is not handwriting. This is what do they call it? I believe it's the automatic print machine. I'll show you. And he digs into his
God,
cart.
he's got a typewriter.
He does have a typewriter. This is, I forget what it's actually called in this world, but it's basically called it's called an auto writer. But he pulls out this thing that looks almost like a cash register, like a modern cash register, but big. And with all these different keys on it that have letters, basic punctuation, and it has this little moving bar at the top. It says this. Let me type you up an invoice. And he goes and starts typing like wicked fast, and you just hear ting.
I don't have to pay extra for this, do I?
No, not at all.
He's having so much fun.
He is. It's brand new. Like, these things are top of the line. Like, only rich people have this shit right now. But he like types all this stuff out in like the gun kit, like abbreviated, and he writes down the price. He says, as for ammunition, how many are you looking to buy? I can sell you. I do have cases. I can also sell by the bullet.
I'm probably gonna need a cases situation. I don't want to buy anything for a while, so.
All right. Well, for the larger gun there, that is most certainly a 50 caliber. And he goes and digs around, and he pulls out this little paper, like verging on cardboard, like thick paper box. And opens it up and shows you that it's got like these little slots in it where the actual shots sit packed into their little cases. And then he sets that out in front of you. He says, that's a case of 20. I don't have very many of those. This is about it that I'm willing to sell for the moment. This will be...
Sorry, how much was that?
For a case of 50 caliber, that'll be 50 gold.
Okay.
But they're all pre-packed. They're in shells, so you won't have to load everything manually. And he digs around and pulls out 2 cases for your pistol. Says, now these are just the classic ball variety with gunpowder included. Or wait, no, yours takes shells specifically. Yeah. So he takes those away and puts out 2 cases of shells. Says these come at 25 each, as they're a little easier to make.
And those are 50 in a pack of those 2, or
20 per case.
20 per case. Okay.
So you have 20 for the Overwatch, 40 for the pepper box.
I don't know.
For the Ace of Spades.
Okay. So
overall 100 gold for all of it.
All right.
101 if you count the gun kit.
You got a deal.
Fantastic. And he types it all out on his little machine, and at the little ding, he just rips it off the thing, and after you pay it, he writes down that it has been paid. He says, would you like a receipt?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh my god, this guy. These are like those people that you go to their houses and they've just upgraded to a smart home, and they're like, hey Google, can you please set it to 68.5 degrees in here? I'm feeling a bit warm.
Okay.
Let me do that for you. Yeah.
Yeah. But he hands you the finished piece of paper. And as you're doing this, Silas has been watching this kind of interestedly. But he stays quiet for a moment. You see him eyeing that auto writer, thinking like, that would be fun to have. But yeah, he hands you all your stuff, puts it in a nice paper bag for you. It has a stamp on the front of it that has like the name of his company. It's like probably be like the North Iroquois Trading Company or some shit like that. Just going off like the East India Trading Company.
It's a pleasure doing business with you, sir.
A pleasure with you too. You have bought me out of what I have to sell for now. Lovely. I'll have to head back down to Constanos. I do have a question for you though. That gun.
Yeah.
How in the world did you get something like that?
I have a few connections to Mr. Molinarch.
You wouldn't be willing to share how you got these connections?
I don't want to give away all my cards.
All right. It'd be I would love to commission something like that from him, but the wait period is insane.
Tell him that Marin and VANIER spoke with you.
I will do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. And he looks at Silas. He's like, and how can I help you, sir? And Silas says, I'm all right for the moment. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if this guy goes up to him and he's like, Marin and VANIER sent me, and the guy's just like, who the fuck is that?
No, he knows who I am.
Okay, it would be super funny, though.
No.
Who the fuck are you? You're not getting free pizza. What
Right.
the
fuck? He personally made the Overwatch for me. So he knows.
Wow.
I told you this.
I'm sure you did.
I had a big old monologue.
Oh, I'm sure you did. Yeah, I just...
God.
Goldfish brains.
Gone.
Gone.
As you step away from this stall,
I am the Travis of this campaign.
Anyway, as you step away from the stall, Silas takes your hand as you walk.
I pull it away.
And he looks over at you. He sort of did it without thinking, and he doesn't say anything. He just follows alongside you.
Sorry.
It's all right.
When we get back to our little hut thing, I guess we gotta talk about this, don't we? Okay, sorry. I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, when we get back, there's like, I'm assuming like a bed or somewhere to sit. I'm assuming.
There are some chairs in there, but it looks like whatever sleeping arrangements have been taken away with whoever left. You guys do have like bedrolls and such in your pack, so you should be okay.
Okay.
And it's not like dirt floor, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on whatever there is to sit on. And just kind of like hands in my lap, not looking at him.
Silas sits down across from you.
I know you're mad at me. And I'd just like you to tell me that you are so we can move past that.
I don't see what purpose that will serve. Don't roll your eyes at me.
Don't. Because I deserve it.
Maybe. He's so good at it. I learned from my mom so well.
Oh, God.
We've had a lot of practice.
Yes. And dad. Anyway.
I just... So what? You're just going to move on like it never happened?
No. But I don't see what good it will serve because it won't change anything. You made a deal, and all we can do is hope that we can either figure out some way out of it, or if you do end up having to give this woman what she wants, it doesn't end up badly.
Honestly, I've thought about it over and over, and every option that I have is shit. If we try and get out of the deal with Senna, then maybe she's upset, in which case we die. If she's not upset, then I still have a tether, and we're back to square one, and we go kill Kyla, and then we basically open up the spot for me to take her place. They're all bad options, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm just feeling a little hopeless right now.
I don't know what to say that doesn't just end up being the equivalent to be patient. We can't do anything where we are now. We can only plan for the future. But all I ask is that before you do anything else with this center or make any other deals out of desperation, you at least talk to someone. It can be hard to see your options when you have tunnel vision. And other people can help with that.
Okay.
I will be honest with you. I am angry. Less at you and more at the circumstance. I'm, quite frankly, pissed off about it all. But that doesn't help anything.
You can say that you're angry with me.
In a way, yes, I am. But I am more angry at the things that made you feel like you had to make these deals, at the people who put you in this situation, at my mother.
Yeah.
I only wish I had the ability to kill her from here. It wouldn't solve all of our problems, but it'd stop any new ones from cropping up. She's done nothing but try to ruin everything we have.
I know.
And she's been doing nothing but trying to control me and then you. And you actually see a hint of, like, Silas actually getting angry. You can see his fists are, like, balled up in his lap. But that's about all he shows for the moment. I just wanted to make things better in Moore's Rest. And things keep happening that make that impossible.
I don't think it's impossible. I feel painted into a corner right now, and a lot of that is my fault.
No, it's not your fault. While I'm not happy with your reactions, it is not your fault that you're in this corner. Someone did this to you. Someone made you a puppet. Someone made you afraid. Someone took away your free will and made you scared to be around us. Again, I'm not happy with some of your reactions, but God, how can I really blame you? I know if I were in your position, I'd probably be doing the same things. And
Maybe.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe the deal itself. Sure, I'll accept that, but I didn't have to lie to you, especially after you've been trying to open up more to me. That was the first thing I did when I married you. It's pretty shitty. And I'm sorry.
It's been on my mind a lot. But I don't know what I think. There's just been too much in too short of a time. I can't get my head straight about how I feel about any of this. All I know is that when we left Moore's Rest, we had a plan for what we were going to do. We were going to get you free. We were going to finish Alistair. And then once all of that was said and done, I don't know about anybody else, but then I was going to finish with my mother and try to find some sense of normalcy after.
I don't even know what normalcy looks like.
I don't know either. I was raised practically in a closet. And then one day, I was expected to be a king. I don't deserve any pity for the rich lifestyle or anything of that sort, but I don't know what normal is. I don't know how normal people live. I don't even know what a normal relationship looks like. You were the closest sense of normal that I've probably ever had outside my grandfather. Just the knowledge that without fail, there was someone waiting for me, or I had someone to wait for.
I mean, besides Sylfie, you were that for me. You are that for me.
All I really want at this point is just to get rid of the things that are trying to ruin everything, and then figure out what normal is with you. I'm sure we'll have many fights, many long talks as we get our heads straight. But I can't, in good conscience, just explode at you for reacting out of fear and being unsure. I want to. Gods know I want to. But that wouldn't be right.
It's definitely what I earned.
Shut up. You're in a position no one should ever be in. And I'll get angry at you later when we don't feel like cornered rats. When we're both thinking clearly and we don't feel like we're going to die at any moment's notice. Then I will get angry at you. But for now, in order to get out of this mess, we need to be a team.
So, there's something else that I haven't told you. It's not something I've been keeping. Last night when I attacked you and Kit, I remember everything. It was the worst fucking thing I saw myself hurt you two. And I know that's not normal, and
No.
I'm trying to be objective about it, and I don't know. I don't know what that means. But I just know I don't want to do it again.
Well, I think we can assume that, considering my mother's interest in you, you must be different in some way. Different from other walkers. Or at least what little bit we know about them. And he glances toward the door of this little house that you're sitting in and says, I was hoping to speak with some of the elders about this walker thing. From what I understand about walkers, they were created from almost a perversion of Dulmarig magic. Something gone wrong that was then harnessed by other people. The true walkers were created by the Hydaelyn cult. But before that, the Dulmarig, the Manamar, they must know where this comes from. It's probably a long shot, but I did some reading, especially about Kit and the whole werewolf thing. I found a few books left undamaged in Arden that morning that I left, and it turns out that curses like lycanthropy and vampirism and even walkers are all horribly mangled versions of previous Dulmarig magic. So if anyone's going to know maybe a route to some of this, some angle we can attack it from, I would hope it would be these traditional people. And if we can't find the answers here, we're going to Amnoblin. We can talk to people there. I'm even willing to go find skinwalkers, because they know some of this. They use it to their advantage. I'm willing to parlay with them just to get information. Or whatever Kit decides to do, I suppose.
Yeah.
But we're going to be going to places that are steeped in Dulmarig tradition. We should be able to learn something along the way. These people are Manamar, they may not know quite as much, but maybe if we can find people related to Zerai, who the Berserker Curse and eventually lycanthropy came from, we can learn more about this type of magic. I would really like to get a hold of a cultist and just interrogate them.
Yeah.
But they don't have quite as much of a presence here in Iroquel. We'll have to do that when we get to Noblin.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of stuff will move further along once we get up there.
And when we get to Siga Rayfir, I would like to make a stop in the city to the Grand Library there. There is immense amounts of both modern and traditional information there that maybe we could find something. I would even like to try to find someone who's a former walker, if we could. But I have a feeling your situation is unique.
Yeah. I mean, if we want to keep talking to Senna, she said she used to be. I don't think her circumstance is quite the same, though.
No. If the stories about her are true, then she was probably a walker to Olga Heidelin or Vecna. And her situation can't be like yours because she's immortal.
Yeah.
I would like to keep her out of things as much as possible. But I understand that we're a bit stuck.
I keep just remembering stupid shit that I've done. I pull out the needle.
And he nods. He did see you get that. Or he saw something happen. He doesn't know exactly.
I got this from her as an extra precaution. I'll be able to know if it comes now, and I can stick myself with this and maybe stave it off.
What did you give her?
Favor ode. That's all she said.
Marin.
I know.
You're starting to get into my territory.
What sort of territory is that?
Deals with patrons.
Yeah, well, I'm not 14. I'm an adult, and I'm making these stupid decisions, so...
When it comes to immortal beings, I don't think it really matters how old any of us are.
I promise I won't... I'm not going to do anything else. It was in the moment, and I panicked. I
know. Ashley saw.
I figured.
Whenever she asks you for this favor, please don't say yes right away. Just give us some heads up if you can. I will help you.
Okay.
I know it may be something that you can't say no to, but just stall.
Okay. In what you've researched about walkers, do you know trying to think of how to ask this. Whoever came up when I talked to Kit, they picked up our conversation immediately. They knew what he and I were talking about. So they knew that we were talking about getting a staff. They already have the upper hand, and they probably know about Senna. I don't know what else they know.
You're worried that they have been listening for a long time.
Yes.
Shit.
But I don't know if they can see what I'm thinking.
One second.
Yeah.
Wait, that's in my phone. Silas may be able to help with something. I wonder. Let me see what he's got.
Lighten that incense.
I lit a candle.
Oh, okay.
I got an alpine forest candle, so it just makes my entire living room smell like
Tree.
pine tree. Yeah.
Hey, that's not a bad smell.
No, it's a good smell. I like it.
Yeah. This lore research break brought to you by absolutely nothing.
Yep.
We actually do need to go on break here in a moment.
Brought to you by green candles.
Candles. They smell good.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I don't know a lot of candles that smell bad, but
I've run across a couple. It's not pleasant.
yeah.
It's like when you buy the candles from the dollar store and they end up being like Birdie Bots every flavor candles, and you're like, oh god, what's this one gonna be?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And then joke's on you, they're all garbage.
They all smell like vanilla.
Yeah. Or not good vanilla either.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't like sandalwood. It just smells
Sandalwood's
like
okay.
Me personally, I'm just kind of like meh.
Sandalwood in like a cologne smells like old guy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, like old guy who wears a tie every day. Yeah, and that, I don't know, that just worries me on a spiritual level, but yeah.
And then he has to like, well, I don't know, you're a dude, so maybe he doesn't do that to you, but he has to like touch you like every time he talks to you. Yeah.
Oh my god, the lower back hand.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Ah.
Ugh, I hate that.
I hate it too.
And it's always like, it's never like a firm touch or a light touch. It's like right in the middle where it's like uncomfortable. And you're like, oh, make a decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so Silas.
Press pause.
Okay, press play. Don't pause, press play. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, song. He reaches out his hands to you. Says, you once said that you could remember things that happened while you were dead.
Mm-hmm.
Would you let me see?
Yeah.
And he holds out his hands to you.
We have to have some stipulations here. You can't. Nothing else that's not related to that.
No.
Okay.
Just bring it to the forefront of your mind. Remember anything you can.
Okay.
I'm not going to go digging.
Okay. And I hesitantly take his hands.
He closes his hands around yours, and he is going to cast Detect Thoughts. I guess spells
I'm not gonna
At
resist.
9th level.
Well, because he's a warlock, he casts it at the highest level possible, so it would be 5th level.
Just rips your brain right out.
Oh, interesting.
Weird.
Just a nervous system on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's about all you are at the moment, anyway.
I mean,
Great, thanks.
in real life, that's literally like all we are.
Not a nervous system, but a nervous system.
Yeah.
That was so clever.
System of a Down.
Yeah. Initially learned surface thoughts. What's most on its mind in the moment. So he would see basically what you're worried and thinking about currently. Is there anything you haven't told him that you were currently worried about?
No, I don't think I've told him. Oh, I haven't told him. This is just stuff that I just keep forgetting. I haven't told him that Sylfie was part of the deal.
Oh. Okay.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, that was what I was.
Yeah.
That was what I was kind of thinking about too. Is like he would learn details of your deal.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Give me the deets.
You choose not to save against the wisdom save?
Yeah. No.
Okay. You do feel after a moment just this, not necessarily pressure, but just a presence almost sweeping back through your head. You can almost
Like a
feel like just this.
tongue licking your brain.
No, it's more like it's like almost like a fuzz mesh just goes through your head.
Kind of like a little chill, like when you get a chill. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It sort of starts behind your eyes, goes up through your brain, and then you just feel a chill go through your entire body, starting from your spinal cord.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to see thoughts that aren't necessarily at the forefront, things that maybe are fuzzy, possibly due to trauma or death or both, start to come forward a little bit further until it's almost like watching a movie of your own memories. These hazy flashes of being in this pool of red that's red like blood but too thin to be blood. You're in this memory, you were unable to move, but as Silas sort of takes over, you find your peripheral vision becoming clearer in this memory. And one of the first things you see for sure that you already knew was there was Cynthia and Wedna.
Mm-hmm.
But you also notice more people.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have details to their faces, but you know they're there. And you can see, as you seem to be sort of floating face up, there's a stone vaulted ceiling above you. And you see almost what looks like two bridges coming up to your right that join onto this circular stone platform that reminds you of almost like a cistern in a sewer, but clean and not all gross and sludgy. And there's blood dripping off of this central platform as you watch somebody whose face you can't make out, somebody tall and broad, holding another person, a girl, maybe 14, 15, with red hair, holding her as they've just drawn a knife across the front of her neck. And next to you, they just push her into the pool and she sinks out of your sight. And whoever this person is, you can vaguely hear a feminine voice as they point to you. And do you speak Draconic?
I don't think so. Hold on. Nope.
Okay. You don't know what they say. You see them point to you and say something, and somebody in a black cloak steps forward, reaches out, just puts a hand over your face and pushes you under. And that's sort of the end of that specific memory. But another one comes forward as well, one that you only remember just a flash of, but instead of sort of a movie in front of your face, this memory that you weren't sure was actually a memory, you thought maybe it was a dream, is this almost like a still 3D of somebody hovering over you, this older man with a graying beard in a gray cloak, holding this, a similar knife to the person who sacrificed the girl, holding it up with the tip of it angled towards your neck. And you can sort of almost look around in this still frame and see Cynthia in the background in a white cloak, and see Wedna there next to her, and a familiar... wait, who saw the sun elf? The Admiral. Okay, you see a sun elf that actually to you would be familiar as well, Marin. You've seen her around Moore's Rest before, working with Cynthia.
Oh, yeah, the one who was macking on Cynthia. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
I was like...
Oh, yeah, I saw her, yes.
That was you.
You see her not in a Heidelin-style cloak. She's in nice but plain clothes. And you can see more figures around whose faces you can't make out. And this is sort of all you get of that specific vision. What you do notice about yourself in these visions, however, is something you didn't notice before, either because it was too traumatizing to remember, or because you're just like, nope, not happening. Is you notice your own body in these where you have, I mean, you're bare, you have no clothing, your body is rotted, like you've been dead for a decade.
Ew.
But slightly still preserved, almost like desiccated instead of rotted. And it's disturbing for the most part. But it does tell you that you were dead when these things happened. And probably by virtue of being a walker, you actually remember something. Something was happening in these scenes to do with you being a walker. But those are the only things you can really pull clearly, and only with Silas's help. And as he's sort of combing through these memories and taking in all the detail he can, you actually see, as he notices these details and your just ruined body in these scenes, you actually see him tear up a little bit. And finally, as you finish with this still scene, he pulls away from you, and you notice, even though you don't feel anything, your hands feel normal, you see steam and almost smoke drifting out from his gloves. This black and gray smoke. And he just closes his hands quickly. You can actually hear sizzling under his gloves.
Are you okay? What?
I'm fine. It happens sometimes when I go a little too far. That was awful.
I kind of put my hands on my knees, kind of like drooping my head down a little bit because I'm feeling a little woozy myself.
Yeah. And you see he sort of works a glove off one of his hands, and you can see outside of the mark on his palm, the very ring around it, and sort of the exposed skin in between the ink is reddened, almost like he's been burned. And he just flexes his hand a couple times and says, "Well, I don't think we necessarily learned anything too unexpected.
No.
But we have something to ask about.
Yeah.
These ceremonies, these rituals."
You didn't recognize any of those people besides your mom? And
I I couldn't recognize anyone you didn't recognize. But I did hear that woman.
Did she sound familiar?
Does Silas speak Draconic? Let me check his character sheet.
Ben, it sounds like there's a small child in your apartment.
There was one in the hallway, and they insist on making noise.
He does not speak Draconic. He does speak Infernal, but not Draconic. You can hear him, like, muttering to himself, trying to almost muddle out the phrase he heard. But he can't hold on to it because the syllables don't make any sense to him. He sighs and says, God damn it, if it had been writing, I could have read it, but I can't understand it when it's spoken. But Draconic, that's a clue.
Yeah.
And he stops and looks at you and he says, isn't Kyla Urvela a Dragonborn?
Is she?
Yes, you do know that she is.
Okay. Yeah.
She's a silver Dragonborn.
She's a silver Dragonborn.
Mm-hmm. This is maybe... It's a long shot, but maybe it was her. Why did they take you all the way to Amnoblin?
It was... Now, you told me this, Taiylor. It was on Dane. You told me that it was.
Yes.
Does Marin know that?
She probably would have worked it out.
Okay. It was on Dane. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Is that a holiday?
It's kind of a solstice type thing. I don't know much about it myself, but
maybe. Well, Dane is the Thunar word for day. So Kit's people may know what it is. Dellen. Perhaps that's linked to Hydaelyn?
possibly.
Dane. I don't know.
I don't know either.
We'll have to ask.
Yeah.
But-
Sounds like there's a lot that we have to ask them, actually.
Yes.
But the original thing that I was wondering is if they don't know what I'm thinking, then maybe that's how we need to formulate a plan, a new plan.
What do you mean?
They already know we're coming for the staff, or, who knows what else. Your mother knows everything.
She seems to.
Yeah, and if we keep talking about this out loud, she could pop in at any moment and know exactly what we're doing and where we're going.
I can only speak to you mentally. You can't speak back. Unless I read your mind, which takes a lot of magic. And then I've no idea how to get Kit into the mix, except to do more of it.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be our best option. I can't write anything down. They'll see what I write. I can't... I don't know. That seems like something... I don't know. If it takes a lot out of you, then maybe we just reserve it for special occasions, I guess, but...
Well, we can try a bit as we make our way to Amnoblin. We'll have the voyage to at least do some of it. I can I can talk to Kit and Bull, and then I can pass the information to you without speaking. And then I can try to put your input in with magic. I'm not going to be able to do much every day, but I can at least do some.
Okay.
I suppose our communication is going to be limited in that aspect, so are you comfortable trusting us? The less you know, maybe the safer you'll be, the safer we'll all be.
Yeah, there's no other way around it, so...
We'll ask Kit if he has any ideas as well.
Okay.
I suppose we can ask Bull as well, but he's not really a magic user.
Yeah.
We are going to fix this. I promise. And then we can fight all we want about the choices we made. Because trust me, there will be a fight.
Looking forward to it.
I'm sure. Someone has to tell you how stupid you are sometimes.
Yeah. Otherwise, I keep making stupid mistakes. So.
Exactly.
I kind of... Oh, no.
No, go ahead.
I kind of absently try and reach out for him, but then I stop myself and pull myself back.
He reaches out for your hand with his still gloved hand.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't care.
I care.
It's a wrong choice of words. I do care, but... God damn it, I just want to spend time with my wife. I don't want my mother or any of her lackeys ruining things. I don't... like I said, I just want some sense of normal. And if normal comes with a risk, fuck it, I'll take it. I know I'm not the only one taking that risk, but I can't just sleep in a separate room, never hold your hand, never spend any time around you.
I remember hurting you, and I don't want to do that again.
I know. I don't trust you any less. Because I know it wasn't you. I know I need to be careful, but there are just some things I'm willing to risk. I don't know what they're after, what they're trying to do. I don't know why they chose that moment other than to scare us. I think that's really what it was.
I think so too. They let me go as soon as Kit pulled me under the water.
We know why that is, though. They don't want to lose their... I'm sorry for saying it, but their toy. You have a greater purpose to them. They're not going to let you die easily.
Yeah.
And even though it's difficult to believe, I don't think my mother wants to kill me. She doesn't want to run things herself. And by rights, I am still the king of Moor's Rest. I'm sure she could, if we ever decided to work with her, she could weasel me back in easily. I don't think she wants either of us dead in the end. She wants us for a purpose. The King of the Arbiters and a leader of the Hydaelyn cult, what more could she possibly want?
No, I think you're right.
So I think, for our sake for now, we leave dealing with her for last.
Yeah.
And we need to find out who has control of you.
Yeah, yeah.
I would be honestly shocked if it were actually her.
I don't think it's her either. She doesn't like getting her hands dirty.
Exactly. So we focus on Kyla now. We do what my mother thinks she wants. And I think if we stay on that path, she'll leave us be for now. In her words, when I was young, we behaved like good little children. And we bide our time.
Okay.
So, we focus there. And aside from, again, reminders to be scared, I think we should be okay for now.
Okay. The moment I give any indication that it's coming, I can't ask you to run away.
No,
But-
you can't.
But you're on your guard and understand that you're not dealing with me anymore.
I'm well aware. I have a few ideas for how to at least hold you in place. And clearly Kit can do it as well. If all else fails, we'll have Bull tackle you. A few broken ribs is...
I will definitely... Well, alright. Well, I wonder if we should talk to Kit about that too, because now with this extra incentive, I don't know how much that Gesh spell is really going to, I guess, be needed. I don't know. I honestly don't know if it'll work. I don't either.
Because it's meant to control you, not the person controlling you. We'll have to see. But I hope we won't need to see.
Yeah.
And I'm not above taking on a few IOU favors from Dulthair if I need to.
No.
Last resort, I promise.
If I'm not allowed to make any more deals, then you shouldn't either.
Well, he's my patron and the source of all my power, so I'm sort of stuck with him. Unless you'd like me to be a useless human.
You're not useless.
You say otherwise, depending on your mood, so I'm not inclined to believe you. Ben's just crunching away in the background.
I'm just chewing my gum.
Drama.
This is me in the movie theater just watching.
Yep.
Don't mind me, just watch it.
But
Yeah.
he takes both your hands and says, we're going to figure this out. We're going to get you free. We're going to get me free as well eventually. And fuck it, we're going back to the caravan and we're going to spend a few months with them just wandering around being circus idiots.
What is your special talent that you're going to bring to the...
Mind reading. I could join Luca. I could make his tarot more authentic.
There we go.
I will
No.
charge an arm and a leg for it.
I'll play your background music.
And he gives your hands a little squeeze, and he says, and I'm hoping Sylfie will be there with us too.
I was going to tell you about that.
I know I'm not the only reason you make these deals. And we're going to have a talk about that at some point too, but I'm exhausted emotionally and physically. And I don't want to do anything else today.
I'm just going to, like, bury myself in him, like, wrap him up and just, like, snuggle in.
Yeah. With you guys' sort of bed stuff set out on the floor, he just lays down with you and you guys just sort of fall asleep like that. Just all cuddled. With that, we're going to go to break because that was supposed to be 40 minutes ago. We always do this. We get like wrapped up in a scene.
Yeah.
But yes, take us to break. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Fairly well.
All right. See, and we're back.
Hello.
We're back.
All the soft J's. Yeah. All right. Kit.
Oh, God.
So, you said you were looking for Osana.
Yeah, Osana.
Your practically aunt who taught you to hunt.
Yes.
As you see your friends go off, Ren does tell you that he still lives in the same place you guys used to live. So you go to drop off some of your stuff because you'll be probably staying with him. Up to you. On your way, as you're in the house, like setting your stuff down, you do see that like some of your old things that you left behind are like neatly packed into a little crate in the corner, just waiting for you to ever come back. So there's like your old bedroll and blanket and so on. Everything's clean and tidy. But while you're in there, you do hear the door open behind you. And you hear a familiar voice say, Kit, you're back.
Oh, is it Vasco?
It is Vasco.
Wait, I thought Ren lived with Ruzar.
Sorry, I should correct that to next to. My bad.
Ah.
He's 15 now, so he wouldn't live with them.
Ah.
He would have his own home.
Okay. So, Vasco.
Lives.
Who doesn't get along with me. Okay.
By them. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so from your notes, you already know that when Kit was young, Kit was Vasco's favorite. No, like, just absolutely hands down. Potentially even favored Kit over his own kid. But when Kit left the tribe to take jobs from Skoll, his opinion began to degrade. But he's standing, just leaning in the doorway, looking at you, mildly surprised and almost looking happy to see you. Says, it's about time that you visited again.
Yeah, I figured since I was in the area, I might as well stop in.
Indeed. How's it going working for the Skoll abroad?
I'm actually working for myself now.
Oh, really? Become an entrepreneur?
Yeah. You should see it. I sell poison by the gallons.
Indeed. What, did you scoop it out of the factory runoff in the cities?
No, I can make it.
Great. He just stares at you for a moment, like, sort of looking you up and down.
Good. Did you just come here to chastise me, or did you have something else to talk about?
I'm just curious why you keep on coming back.
Because I care? Like a little? Maybe.
Do you? Going off to fix all the Skull's problems rather than your own people's?
Oh, Jesus. It's like talking to a Republican at Thanksgiving.
Indeed it is! Vasco, GOP in a nutshell.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you want to believe, you're welcome to continue believing that. But I would actually like to visit people who have half a brain cell, like your wife and a couple of other people. So if you'll excuse me, I have other things to do besides listen to you be judgmental.
All right. And he steps out of the doorway to let you go.
And I walk on by.
Yeah. He watches you go. He watches you go. And while, yeah, you probably don't care about his opinions, other people do. So just be aware of that like he has some sway. He's like a dude who has like he's like Ryan's dad. He has sway with the local gun club.
Are we talking about my book?
Yes.
Cool. I murdered him in the book.
Yeah?
Okay. I mean, I guess I could murder this one.
You can do whatever you want.
Oh my god.
But you do see not far behind Vasco is Tessa, his wife, your aunt. She still very much loves you, but she is. I literally modeled these two after Ryan's parents, just because.
That is terrifying. Thank you.
Yeah. So she is pretty quiet about what he does. But she does see you step out, and she walks up to just hug you straight out.
I give her a hug back.
Even with Vasco standing there watching. And as she pulls back, she's this very beautiful, older ELUSIR lady. Similar, even though the two of you are not related by blood, you're related by marriage, she does have a similar sort of auburn hair color. So people have always assumed that she's your blood aunt and that Vasco is not your uncle because you look nothing like him. But she's always been very like gentle with you, and she's probably one of the few people that didn't judge you when you chose a non-traditional totem. But yeah, she just steps back and like takes you by the face, and it's just like, you just keep getting taller and taller. Soon you're going to be taller than me.
I should stop eventually.
Well,
maybe.
And she like glances over your shoulder at Vasco, who steps away. She says, "He's not giving you too much trouble, is he?"
I mean, the same amount of trouble he usually is. It's just, all the elders told me that I built the lodge, and apparently he's like upset about how I do it.
He doesn't like anything that doesn't follow on with tradition.
Old ways are quickly becoming scarce.
Yes, he doesn't believe in adaptation by anyone's say so but his. And she just hugs you again and sighs and says, "I don't know how long you stay in this time, but you're welcome around for dinner anytime he's off hunting."
Well, I will keep that in mind.
And Zaloa would like to see you again. She's missed you a lot. She and Roma.
I may have some... Who's Roma?
Roma is Osana and Ruzar's kid.
Oh.
They've been friends with you since you were itty bitty tiny.
Roma. There we go.
And Zaloa.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
sort of like... If you want to imagine it this way, Roma, Zaloa, and Kit were like their own little trio that just like begrudgingly accepted Ren in as like the little brother of the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of dynamic.
Gotcha. Well, there may be some things that will help them feel less restless here.
Honestly, Kit, I was hoping that they'd follow in your example and leave.
Why?
And she sort of motions around her. She's like, this place is dying, Kit. We can't go home, and clearly no one wants us to stay here.
Maybe we can breathe some life back into it.
I don't know how.
I've got some ideas.
You've always been the one with the plan.
I've at least always been the one with the money.
That's true, at least for the past 4 or 5 years or so. It's, come by when you can. I've got a lot of things to do, so I can't stay long, but you're welcome anytime Bosco's not around.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, and she takes you by the face again and kisses your forehead. She's always been very, very touchy-feely with you, especially after your parents died. But she sort of pats you on the shoulder and heads off to her home. But if you're still looking for Osana, you can probably find her. She's mostly a hunter, but you do know that she is a member of the Watch, much to Vasco's disdain. So you probably find her at a watch post within the village. It doesn't take long. It's not a big village. But the watch posts have these sort of... they have sort of like these covered sheds and lean-tos that they sit in during the day when they're just watching the perimeter, where the scouts go out and actually patrol. So you find her in one of these little lean-tos made of like branches and thatch, like bush branches and thatch, and like even bits of some of the more northern growing cactus just like layered over each other to keep the rain off whenever it does rain. And she's just sitting on this little pallet and keeping an eye out, sort of scanning back and forth. As you
can I try to sneak up on her?
You can try.
Okay. I will stealth. But first, I don't have any of those spells anymore, so I will just stealth.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Well.
For a 27.
That'll beat her passive. So yeah, you sneak up behind this lean-to in sort of the blind spot. What do you do?
I like lean in next to her ear and I'm like, hey. Don't punch me.
Die today.
Don't punch me.
As you lean in next to her, she doesn't hit you, she doesn't hurt you, but she reaches up and grabs you like in the back of the neck and pulls you down so like your head is stuck against her shoulder. And she sets down the spear that was in her hands and just messes your hair.
Oh no.
And like pinches your ear before she lets you go. She's like, hey kid, what's up, buddy?
Hi, yeah, your husband said I had to talk to you. Oh god.
Well, anytime you come visit, you have to talk to me. I am the matriarch of your family.
That, I suppose.
Well, kind of.
I mean...
You're my kid, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you're okay to see, I guess.
What took you so long to come back? Lots of work with Dana, was it?
Well, it was some work with Dana. And it turned into... I actually made friends. And I was... Yeah, I was trying to... I know.
Little Kit made friends.
Stop. We're not going to talk about it.
Outside of Roma and Zaloa.
Well...
They must be older than you. You don't make friends with people your
Oh my
age.
god, she was so old. But yeah, we were taking down bad people, and
good.
Now I'm being hunted. So,
and she takes her hand and does this to you, and is like, "Oh, look at my boy getting into trouble."
Yeah. So
she's always treated you like this.
Yeah.
It's probably where you got your sarcasm from.
I'm feeling it, yeah.
Yeah, her and probably your mom.
So, yeah, So I'm, some things have changed, but I guess I'm still doing stuff and still trying to fix things or make them at least a little bit better.
Good. That's all you can really hope to do.
I did get to burn down a couple of buildings and it felt really good.
Whose buildings?
Well, I burnt down this like aristocrats building in some port that I can't remember anymore. I don't know. And then he deserved it. And
I'm sure he was an aristocrat.
I burnt down a ship that was being worked on in a shipyard where they were selling slaves.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. We saved all of them.
Fuck yeah.
And we took all their money.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
She just, like, claps you on the shoulder. It almost hurts.
That's the bad part is now he turned one of his friends into a lich, and so now he's like he's kind of after us. Yeah, it's
that is a special brand of revenge.
It's not, yeah. So and then one of his buddies turned me into a werewolf, so like that's a thing.
What?
Yeah.
Like actually.
I turn into a werewolf in front of her.
Okay. So
I shift and the shift keeps going.
Yeah, you shift into your coyote wild hunt, and then it just keeps on going until she's just like, nice.
Yeah.
I don't understand you.
I
mean, my totem's the wolf, but it's still difficult, buddy.
I drop it. Come back and
She's
shrink back into my clothes. Like,
so you're still the totem of the coyote, right?
Yeah, I'm just a super yote now.
I'm
a were-yote.
Interesting. I'm sure Vasco would hate to know that you're a werewolf.
Oh, do you think it would get him to show me a little bit more respect?
No, I think he would say that you were undeserving to have any part of his totem, knowing him. Well, our totem, we have the same one, but
do you think if I stabbed him that would help?
Don't stab your uncle.
What if I lit him slightly on fire?
Listen, he's an asshole, but he does good things for this village.
I'm sure he does something that's good.
He does. His opinions just suck.
Yeah. I also taught a little girl who was probably like 5 or 6. I taught her how to burn buildings down.
She was 4.
She was 4. She's 4. I remember now.
Starting early, okay.
Yeah. Well, she took to it like, really fast. Yeah, she took to it like what's the saying? Like a duck to water, or like a moose to pine trees.
A duck to water.
As Gira would say. And so, yeah, she just seemed really excited. So I gave her a Molotov cocktail, and she just went for it.
Good.
Yeah, we sent her to go live with the circus.
That sounds like that'll be a fantastic combination. She'll probably be a fire breather someday.
Right? I gave her a career.
God, why didn't I follow you last time you left?
I mean, you could come with us this time if you want to try to kill the Highland cult.
I can't leave. Got Roma and Ruzar.
Oh, I know.
And then Tessa, of course, but...
the good news is that there's going to be a meeting called soon. And I've got some ideas to try to revitalize this place. Or save it. Or bring a little adventure here. Vasco is going to hate it. All of it.
I'm sure.
Absolutely all of it.
If it's not
it's
all
going
written,
to involve Skull.
Yeah, if it's not all written in some godly tenet, he'll hate it.
I could have Jurgen write one up real quick.
I don't think that'll work. Vasco knows the tenets by heart.
Oh. What if I accidentally discovered one on my journey? The 11th tenet, thou shalt be open to new ideas.
Unless you can go and carve it in Pilgrim's Pass real quick on the actual wall of tenets, it's not going to work, kiddo.
Can we make a quick trip?
Sure, it's that way. And she points north. There's a little bit of a swim.
Yeah, it's going to be. Well, the good thing is that I can now also turn into fish.
You're druid?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Tall Donost adopted me, and I, hold up the ring.
Shit.
Yeah. So, I'm full druid now.
And she stands up and bows to you.
Oh, God. Don't do any of that BS.
And she just
Jesus.
grins. She's like, Master Druid Kit.
Oh, my
Your
God.
holiness.
Do you think they'd be really upset if I grew a tree in the middle of town?
A tree? No, they would absolutely fucking love it. Except Vasco, because it was your idea.
Can we tell him someone else grew the tree?
I'd rather not. I want to see him squirm.
Oh, okay. What if I did
He's an asshole.
a lot of trees? Multiple trees. So many trees.
You can just grow trees on a continent where there haven't been trees for centuries.
Sure.
Do it. Fuck
Okay.
Vasco.
Do you have an apple?
No, they don't grow here.
Okay, does anybody have a fruit or a tree nut?
They don't grow here.
I know, but that doesn't mean you don't get them shipped in.
We try to be self-sufficient. Go ask that merchant in town. I'm sure he's got
That's
something.
true. I wonder if he's got something. I'll find something. You just wait. It'll be useful.
Okay. It'll be nice to have some shade.
Won't be a ton of shade, but it'll be something.
Nah, just do whatever will piss Vasco off the most. Do good things. He hates it when you do good things.
Man. What if he woke up in the morning and the entire town was just covered in wildflowers?
Oh, I'd love to see his reaction. He would, you know what he would do? He'd walk out and say, "Oh, this is wonderful. This is great." And everybody'd be like, "Oh, Kit did it." And he'd be like, "This sucks. This isn't traditional."
Yeah.
Just because none of our druids are strong enough to do it. Speaking of, you can do that and our druids can't?
Our druids can't?
Not on a large scale.
Oh, I thought maybe they got better.
They get better slowly, but let's be honest here, Kit. We've lost a lot of the old texts, the elders that used to teach us. It's all gone. They can only learn what they slowly figure out on their own.
Maybe I can help with that for a little while.
That would be amazing.
But
Do you want to be village elder?
No.
I would really love it if you were. You'd piss off
literally everybody.
Half of everybody.
Yeah. I have redone. It took me 3 days, but I redid basically the entire farming section of an island. I grew it all back.
Jesus.
So
Doesn't exist in this world.
So yeah, I'm sure I could.
Technically.
I'm sure I could do something.
Multiverse. Do it. Just stir the pot, Kit, please.
I know.
Make something happen in this afterthought of a fucking village.
You must be so bored here.
Oh my god, I am. Anytime anything actually happens, it's never good.
True. I heard about the pirates.
Yeah.
And
she pulls down the collar of her shirt to show her collarbone, and you see this huge slash that looks like it probably almost severed this muscle back here.
Jesus. Trapezius.
She's like, yeah, that was fun.
Is it fully healed?
Yes, you can tell it's been magically healed, but it they probably weren't able to fully heal it at the time, so the scar is still very visible. It's good now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can stir the pot while we're here. I'm already going to stir it enough when we talk about the ideas that I have, so.
Yeah, Rosen tries to keep things interesting, but she's also an introvert. I've been hoping Vokwa would do something, but she's so busy and focused on what she's doing that she doesn't have time to worry about things like morale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can help a little bit, but I'll just keep doing my thing and see what I come up with. I'm just making this all up.
Do you think any of us have a plan?
I don't know. Some people seem to have plans. I just feel like plans are great to watch them get shredded as they go by in the wind.
Anybody who says they have a plan, like an actual plan, is either a liar or naive.
Sounds about
I don't
right.
remember. I don't remember where it comes from, but there's a phrase that plans don't survive first contact with the enemy.
That makes sense.
Probably Sun Tzu or some shit.
Who's that?
I don't know. Some dude from another world, I guess.
Okay. Well,
Art of War. I actually don't know if he's the one who said that. I think it might have been a Civil War general. I don't know.
no idea. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm here. I'll stir the pot. We'll see what happens. And I don't know. I'm glad to see all of you guys.
Excuse me, it was a Prussian general. Helmuth von Moltke.
Ah, yes, that guy.
Ah, that name sounds so familiar.
Yes.
Von Moltke.
Ah.
Yes. Anyway, she reaches up and like musses your hair again. And she's like, all right, well, I guess I should do my job.
You were doing such a good job until I snuck up on you.
My job is to sit here and make sure nobody from the outside comes in.
Ah.
Anybody coming from the inside going out is not my concern, hence the blind spot.
I thought you were supposed to have eyes in the back of your head.
I do, but there's a lean-to behind me.
Oh, well, should get that checked out.
I'll just drill 2 little eye holes back there. It'd be great.
Perfect. Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, if you need me to stir up anything else, let me know. I have recently turned into a dragon, so like that could be pretty cool.
I feel like Rosen would love to know some of this. She's always really liked you.
Has she?
Yeah. I know, she's really bad at showing it, but you're her favorite.
Oh. Well, you know, if one of them would hurry up and kick the bucket, I guess I could take over and start a new empire.
She's the youngest of the elders. That's probably not going to happen soon.
Probably not her, but, you know.
I mean, it's either going to be Morda or Gira.
You know, Gira punched me earlier.
Yeah.
And I felt my soul leave my body, so I'm pretty sure they're fine.
You should see what your little brother can do then.
Oh, God. Is he a moose too?
Gira's been training him as well.
Is he going to turn into a moose?
No. He didn't tell you he chose his totem?
Mm-mm.
He has. I won't spoil it for you.
Oh, great. Cool. More secrets.
Well, it's a good choice.
Oh, boy.
And
Is Vasco happy about it?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Because he didn't end up in the Tundra clan.
Oh, well, who wants to be in the Tundra clan?
I'm in the Tundra clan, you little asshole.
Yeah, I know that. Again, who would want to be there?
Yeah.
Ew.
Speaking of, I should mention this about Kit. You never got to choose your clan. Because Vasco
I am a clan of one.
Vasco did not let you. And you left before anyone could say otherwise. So
Fuck
you
that
do
guy.
know that Ren, as Gira's apprentice, is part of the Steppe clan. Rosen is the elder of the Timber clan, of course. Morda of the Mountain clan, and Voko of the Tundra. Kit, being a coyote, that doesn't quite fit the traditional clans. You're part of a small group of very young people who jokingly call themselves the Desert Clan, but there's not actually a clan. But you are essentially clanless. You were born into the Timber clan because of your mother, but you never chose yours.
Okay.
Matrilineal Society.
Well,
so,
this is Asana, right? Well, Asana,
yes.
I am going to go talk to a man about a tree.
Great. I'm going to stare into the distance.
You enjoy that so thoroughly.
In fucking deed.
I would give you something to stare at, but I
have to stare in the distance, Kit.
don't have anything that's not destructive, so.
I'll just daydream about adventures. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll get the fuck out of this stupid village.
Maybe.
Go away. And
All
she,
right.
hits you with the butt of her spear.
Yep, see it, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. I run to the market, because I don't know how late it is.
It's getting close to sunset.
Okay.
As you get there, you do see the Constantian merchant beginning to sort of put his stall away from the night, though it doesn't look like he's packing up to straight up leave yet. But as you come jogging into the marketplace, he stops and looks at you and says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
This is going to be an odd request. Do you have any apples? Or tree seeds? Any
tree
fruit?
seeds?
Nuts?
One moment. And he goes actually over to his mule. And you see he's got a bucket of food in front of him.
Okay.
And he goes digging into the bucket and pulls out this quarter-eaten apple. And he's like, "You don't want it to eat, do you?"
No, is the core still intact?
"Yes."
I will take it.
"Have it." And he tosses it to you.
I flip him a gold. Thank you. You have no idea what you've just done.
"I have an idea." And he puts the gold away.
You have an idea?
"You asked for the core of the apple.
Yeah.
You people like druidry, don't you?"
I'm just really hungry. I don't know about you.
"You probably shouldn't eat that, then."
I lick it. And then I walk
away. It tastes
away.
like mule slobber.
And then I walk away.
You walk away really cool, just going... Yeah. But you do have an apple core in a bit.
So how many seeds? There should be, if this is an apple core, there should be 5 seeds.
You probably got 4.
Man, now I can't make a cool pentagram out of apples.
Fuck it. You know what? I'll give you 5.
Okay. I am going to... So is there a central place in town or is the market big enough to be a central place in town?
The market's pretty small. Are you looking for a wide open space?
I want an open space where I could put these apple seeds in the ground and...
I would say a little bit outside the market area, beyond the ring of houses that sit there, there's open swaths of grassy land beyond that you can probably plant in.
Okay. I would like to... Oh, this is going to burn a lot of spells for tonight, but we're going to go to bed anyway. So, plant growth is a 3rd level spell. I have 3 slots in 3rd level, so I will cast it 3 times at 3rd level and twice at 4th level to create a small... Well, not small, obviously. They're going to be full-grown trees by morning. So I want to do the same thing I did with Sylfie, but I'm going to do 5 of them and space them out enough so that they can get full up top and create enough fruit but still seem like a clump. Like, I don't want it to get so congested that they like rot and get weird or whatever.
Now, with the sort of way that the space is spread out, they'll still look like a ring of trees, but they're far enough spaced out that even if they get to be like the big apple tree that you created, they're not going to touch.
Okay. That's what I do. So
like
I will
quite a ways.
I will take my time and cast plant growth on each seed individually 5 times.
In fact, what it'll probably do is create like these really pretty like archways in between the trees that like the trails go through.
Oh yeah, that'll be perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, you plant one, cast a spell, plant another, cast a spell, and as you go around, you can look back and see the others growing bit by bit, following each other, and they react a little bit different to this more sort of sandy topsoil with like clay underneath. It takes them a little longer to really get rooted in. But by the time you finish with the last one, the first tree is already probably about like chest height sapling, and it's still going. You have caught a little bit of attention as people are like, what the fuck, there's trees? Oh god,
Yeah.
We haven't seen trees in 10 years.
And so once I cast the last one, I'm going to walk into the center of the circle, and I am going to use my last 4th level spell, and I am going to cast Stone Shape. And I am going to create a small stone tablet in the center that has my name on it. It just says Kit. Like, that's all it says. It doesn't say like in memory of or donated by. It just says Kit.
Kit. God, yeah, that's like scrawling.
And I kind of want to make it so there's like a little bowl in the center so that like birds can perch there and like bathe or whatever. It's a stone bird bath, and it's just got my name on it.
Oh god,
that's so Kit though.
Vasco's gonna be fucking pissed. The only reason I just did that is because of him. So
yeah. All right. So people watch you do this. They're just like, what the fuck? And then like a little girl, maybe like 8 or so, comes with a bucket and actually fills up the bird bath with water.
Oh, that's so sweet. I have a bucket of never-ending water.
Yeah, but she comes, she sees what you're doing, and she just like comes with a little bucket and fills it up. There are not a whole lot of birds, like tree birds in Iroquois, obviously, but there are birds. They're more like
there will be now.
Ground nesters. But yeah, you create your little ring with your self-dedication in the center, just grinning to yourself the whole way like Vasco's gonna be pissed.
And then I just like tootle on home.
Tootle on home.
Yeah. I will say for Marin, you and Silas fell asleep like probably like mid-afternoon or so. You do wake up towards probably just after dusk as you hear a light knock on the door, but Silas doesn't wake up.
Is that
for
me?
Story purposes? No.
Oh, okay.
I will get up and answer the door.
It's set
and you see on the other side, Elder Rosen Mossheart. Did I say what she looks like yet? Oh yeah, she has the mohawk shave with the Viking braids
she's half ELUSIR.
Yeah, she's a
shorter
ELUSIR.
ear.
With the bear claw necklace and the stone hammer pendant. But she's standing there, sort of leaning against the outside of the house. She doesn't wear the same style of robes as the other elders. Hers are much more closely fitted. More like fighting monks' robes than anything else. And you do see that she carries a pretty hefty axe on her hip, decorated with the stone hammer emblem on it as well. But as you step out, you can see her looking off toward the center of the village, where there are now 5 trees growing slowly. And she glances over at you.
How long was I asleep? Oh, God.
A few hours, probably. This just started happening, Kit.
Yeah, I figured. Sorry, just a little groggy. Can I help you?
I don't know if you can help me, but I was wondering if I could help you.
I'm gonna close the door and step outside. I mean, in what way?
It depends on what you need. Walk with me. And she steps away from the house, sort of tucking her hands into these pockets in the front of her robes.
I walk with her.
And she just sort of meanders along, not following any specific path. Like Kit, most of the people don't wear shoes. They have no need to. And she wanders sort of into the grass with you. She says, "So, you're in quite an interesting position.
Oh, that's putting it mildly.
Married to the King of the Arbiters.
Yeah.
And a walker.
Yeah.
And friends with Kit, of all people."
That's definitely the most interesting thing about me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think it is. It's hard to make friends with that boy.
Well, I wouldn't say it was organic. He was originally traveling with my sister, and then we met up with him, and I don't know. He can have a bit of an attitude, but so can I, so...
Then I'm shocked she made friends with him.
Yeah, that, I don't know. They were very different, but, I don't know. It was kind of nice.
And as you're going along, just sort of circling the village, not going too far, once you're away from some of the houses, she looks over at you, says, "So, this walker business, is there anything at all we can help you figure out, or..." I'm going to be honest, there's a few of us who love Kit as family. He's our boy, along with Ren. As much as he acts like a little asshole all the time. A Kit, not Ren. But
I picked that up.
I'm a little nervous having a walker near him. Especially after I think I'm one of very few in this tribe who can even remember ever dealing with walkers. When I was young, I came from a different tribe originally. Delmarig, not ELUSIR.
Yeah, trust me, I feel the same way. I don't... If it were up to me, I would have someone lock me in a metal box until we can get it figured out, but...
That wouldn't save you.
No.
Or anyone else, for that matter.
No. No, but Kit himself has tried to do things to help, and I have some extra preventative measures. I'm trying to be as safe as I can, and Kit's his own guy. If I tried to tell him to stay here and to stay out of it, I don't think he would do it.
No, he'd do the opposite just to go against you.
Yeah.
Like I said, asshole. But he learned from the best. I do know bits and pieces, mostly, about walkers, partly from experience dealing with them, and partly from my time in Sigurefia, in between tribes. And she reaches up to touch the stone hammer on her necklace and says, as a disciple of Zerai, I know that it is her magics that were ruined to create such things.
Yeah, my husband was doing a little research about that.
Well, then he's very intelligent to figure that out. It's not widely known outside the Dalmaric. Zerai, long ago, when the Manamar first came to Atlaran, one of Zerai's gifts to the people called the Manihold Order, the people who protected the Manamar, she gave them the gift of the Berserker. People who can change into bears in the midst of battle and fight harder. Such a gift was taken and twisted by other people seeking to control berserkers, and lo and behold, you got things like werewolves, multiple were creatures. And part of that magic also went toward the creation of our people, the ELUSIR, members of the Manihold Order who decided to live as one with their totems. And eventually it went beyond bears to wolves, to deer, to just about anything that walks the earth. But the Walker curse is different. The Walker curse arises from a combination of this berserker gift and from ancient customs of the Giri people. Those who followed the Titans before the Manamar came to this world. They used to sacrifice animals to their Titan gods, specific animals for specific gods. Hunters would give part of their catch to one. Fishermen would give part of their catch to Tuldanost, and so on and so forth. These two things, these two traditions were combined somewhat accidentally, I believe, from what I've read. And the first time they were used was by the Skinwalkers, our unfortunate cousins.
That was another term that I heard brought up too.
Yes. They are ELUSIR, technically.
Oh.
But they're far enough removed now that they aren't just outcasts of the ELUSIR who twisted our magics for their own means. They're people who created their own culture and traditions and now live in Western Amnoblin. Not Western, because it's the North Pole. Live in the Galler Woods. Sorry, you can't say west on a round map. It doesn't work. They are... I believe it was them who first found the ability to kill something and bring it back under their control, at least in the older days, before things like necromancy were really explored. And eventually they figured out how to do it to people. After they bound themselves with the hides of things that they hunted. They began to figure out how to bind people to them as well, so they could take over at any moment. Thankfully, much of that knowledge is no longer in their hands specifically. They've been culled so many times that they've lost much of what makes them who they are. You can barely recognize them as ELUSIR anymore. They look more like wood elves. But however long ago this knowledge was first found, it fell into the hands of different groups of arcane, I don't even know what to call them, people who played with the arcane and the divine. And eventually it fell into the Hydaelyn cult as they learned about the Geary people. So now, Amnoblin is the Walker capital of the world. There's not that many, at least not that I imagine, but it's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
But there are people you can go to learn from. People who have dealt with walkers in the past, people who have perhaps even been walkers. You'll have to go hunting for them, but they're about in Amnoblin. One of the first stops I would recommend, if you do go up that way, would be Sigur Rhaegar, of course. But I would even recommend going so far as Haven. I know that's the North Pole, and it's difficult to get there, but the Sentinels are based there. They should have a little bit more knowledge. And I imagine some druids up there, if it's still not a fucking carnival of a city, they'll be able to help you out as well. I don't know what and who you already know, but...
Yeah, I mean, I haven't personally met any Sentinels, but I know that Kit has dealt with them. I did wonder about something.
Yeah.
What does Delendane mean? What's the
And she
significance?
stops. She looks at you. She's like, "You... Oh, I'd expect you would have known that. Delendane, I'll actually show you on the calendar here. You already know where it is, but
Yeah.
Delendane is the 5th of Dothriel, a little bit over a month after the spring equinox in the beginning of the year. Yes, we know. Thank you.
I was doing it for the.
Oh yeah, for the. I forgot we were streaming.
We're streaming.
I forgot we were streaming. It is the day each year that the Hydaelyn cult sacrifices 9 people to Olgar Hydaelyn.
Oh yeah.
And if tradition holds with them, it's also the day that they pick from those sacrifices who will become a walker. Walkers can be made by many means, but that's their favorite, is to pull the ones with more potential, the older ones, and make them useful.
Okay.
Do you... God, this is going to sound like Critical Role. This is a complete coincidence, but do you understand the whole rule of 9 with Olgar Hydaelyn? 9 staves, 9 sacrifices, 9 locations, 9 continents, 9 leaders.
I
guess I didn't really put all that together.
This is a complete fucking coincidence. I swear to God, I came up with this shit 5 years ago.
I know you did, because I've played your games that long ago before Critical Role was even a thing.
God damn it, Mighty Nine, fuck you. Eyes of Nine, Mighty Nine, 9 continents, 9 days. Yeah, everything is 9s. 9 is also my lucky number. And my lucky card is the reason your gun is called the Ace of Spades is because that's my lucky card.
Aw. That's cute.
Whew, 9s everywhere. Ooh, bitch. But yes, these 9 sacrifices are made corresponding to the 9 locations and to the 9 staves. This number was chosen by Algar Heidelin to relate to the 4 elements, night and day, light and dark, and himself, as the master of them all in his own mind. Get that he was.
Yeah.
But were you one of these sacrifices?
Do I know what... So this is just a long shot. Do I know what day I died?
Unrelated, you died sometime in summer.
Okay.
But you came back.
Yes.
Not on Delendane, but the day after.
Day after, okay.
Delendane is the day of the sacrifices. The day after is when all the other shit happens.
Okay. No. I don't think so. I was dead for a long time before I got brought back. I should be closer to 30 at this point, but...
Oh.
Yeah.
Nothing more than a girl.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
And you're not from Amnoblin. You don't sound like you are.
Harris. Moore's Rest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, you mentioned that before. Whew. That's an interesting difference.
From what I can remember, though, I was brought back in Amnoblin.
Do you remember what the place was?
A little bit. There was a vaulted stone ceiling, bridges connecting into a cistern.
A cistern?
Yeah.
Did you hear about what happened in Toldonos recently?
The tidal wave?
Yes.
Is that related?
Now these are rumors. The damage was real, but the cause is a rumor that someone summoned a tidal wave that missed the entire city except for a particular tower that led into an underground complex where the Heidelin cult was hiding. An old sewer.
So potentially where I was reborn.
Likely. Do you remember? What else do you remember?
Not a lot. Honestly, I just remembered a lot of this stuff today, so, what did I write down? Yeah, I had blood dripping off a central platform. There was this...
You saw a sacrifice.
Yeah, there was this guy who had a hold of this girl who honestly kind of looked a lot like me.
Well, you are unfortunately right up their alley.
Yeah. I know. Trust me, I knew beforehand. I don't know if that was some sort of tit for tat thing. If I took her place somehow, I don't I don't know if that's
You'd
how it
been
works.
dead for a decade, maybe. They traded possibly more than one life for yours. If you'd been dead for a decade, it would have taken a lot more than one life to bring you back. And a lot of money.
Yeah, I have
Who
no
are
doubt
you?
they have.
What did you do?
I don't even know. Do you know the name Altera?
Vaguely.
That's my family.
Ren said Kit was after an Altera at some point.
Yeah. My sister wanted them all dead because that's how I died. I got fed up with what they were making me do, and so I put my foot down, and it was the wrong move.
And they put you down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
My mother, of sorts, was involved with Cynthia Moore, who,
I know that name.
yeah, she's apparently a very high-ranking member
Not a fucking surprise, she's an arbiter.
Yeah. And so that's how I think I got roped in somehow. But
You happen to be in the right place. Well, the wrong place at the wrong time.
I happen to be a dead person that they knew of.
Well,
One who would make a nice present for the King of the Arbiters.
your husband. Do you need help?
No, that's kind of how it started, but like we're actually like very deeply in love, unfortunately.
Well, that's at least one good part.
Yeah.
If you need any help,
Oh, trust me, and I like whip my gun out. I'm like, I can handle him.
still, we have to look after each other. If you're one of Kit's friends, you're a friend to us.
Thanks.
I don't know where you're going or what you're doing next, but I do think this cistern in Toldonost could tell you a bit more. I don't know the specific location, but I am aware of things like blood pools and sacrificial chambers that they used. Toldonost is only one of them, below the city. There's 8 others in Amnoblin alone.
Is Seeker Reafir one of them?
I'm not sure. I think Toldonost is the only one that's actually in a city. I think the other ones are better, well, not better hidden, but hidden nonetheless. I know that there must be... They're pretty evenly spaced, so you can kind of make a guess at where some of them should be. But they basically ring the continent.
Okay.
I think they're evenly spaced at least. It would make sense if they're trying to create some sort of circle. The whole point of the sacrifices is both to give gifts to Olgar Heidelin in the sick gifts that they are, and to give him power. I think they hope that it'll add to his majestic return whenever they manage to gather all the staves.
Yeah, he can't come back without the staves being in one place, right?
Elements of him can. Less... Pieces of him, yes, pieces of his mind. Avatars, almost. But they can't go far from the actual staves themselves. and it's very hard for them to even manifest outside of them. There's specific rituals used for destroying the staves, I've heard, but obviously that's only succeeded twice.
And that is dangerous.
Yes. Oftentimes... Well, I can't say oftentimes, there's only really 2 examples, but both of the times so far, everyone who has tried to destroy the staves has either been horribly wounded and scarred for life or killed.
Yeah. And I know that the less there are, the more that it's likely he'll come back.
Yes, so there's really no winning. You hide them away or try to separate them and people just find them and succumb to greed. Or you try to hide them all in the same place and eventually they'll combine on their own. I don't know what the cult expects to do once they do get all of them, because they'll probably fuck it up and cause a second calamity. Or whoever else.
Or he won't care about them at all and
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't.
slaughter them. Yeah.
Might be the only decent thing he's ever done.
It doesn't help the rest of the world.
No. But Olgar Hydaelyn is not a god, so there is that.
Yeah.
At worst, he's a demigod. And there are other demigods still in this world, on this side of the Divine Gate, who can hopefully help.
Yeah. What do you think about Senna?
She's a ghost.
Do you think she could possibly be one of those people who could help?
She's still technically a goddess in whatever form. A god, their soul can never truly be destroyed. At worst, they'll be sealed into the astral sea. But anything could happen, honestly. The calamity was an example of less than gods nearly achieving godhood, and one mortal actually achieving godhood by accident. The only other gods who have ever truly ascended, like the Deathless Druid, have been the Raven Queen and, well, in a way Hesperus, but he fell and rose again very recently. But I don't know. I don't know what her role in this is now. I don't know what the gods would do in response. There is a divine gate, but they can still intervene in ways. And then there are the Titans who are still here. There's Asaya Matatara who could help. There's powerful demi-entities and other creatures who it would be in their best interest to keep things like Olgar Hydaelyn from coming back. But we have no idea who will actually help, who will send champions, who will even care.
Yeah.
All we can take at this point is people's word, and hope that they don't cower away if it ever happens.
Yeah. I kind of have chatted with Senna. So has Kit. We have some weird lives.
I imagined.
But,
It is strange to connect directly with a god. Especially a ghost, I suppose. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. I would be very careful. We don't know who she is anymore.
Well, I already fucked that up a little bit, but
If I may, what has she told you? Who does she seem like? What is she even doing?
she told me she wants to go home.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I don't know what home is for her.
Home. I imagine after all she's been through, home would be her sister, her family. Talon.
She mentioned him, yeah. But is that on the other side of the Divine Gate? Is that...
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what she wants.
Yes. And she touches the stone hammer pendant again and says, I am a lifelong disciple of Zerai, so I know a bit of Senna's story. The goddess of knowledge and mystery was wonderful. She was all about family and learning hidden things and finding secrets and creating wondrous new magics and that sort of thing. But I don't know what this new ghost is. If she even remembers what home is.
She said she doesn't remember much. She knows that Talon is her husband, but she doesn't know anything about him. She wants to remember. She's not the same Senna who caused all that. I don't think.
Well, as far as we're aware now, after the explosion of the Sephenhide at the Monomarig, she was involved with that. And from what we understand now, is that she is neither Senna nor Sanka anymore, at least not what they used to be. She doesn't have their memories. She doesn't have those awful abilities that we've seen of the rot and decay. But she still pursues the staves, like Sanka did.
Yeah.
Perhaps not as, viciously. We're learning more and more about the calamity and what happened at the Monomarig every day, especially us druids and elders who sort of keep in contact with each other. We may not live in Amnoblin anymore, but we still talk to our old neighbors. And I'm afraid a lot of people are turning a blind eye to this. You're wrapped up in quite a number of interconnected, dangerous things.
Yeah.
I know, you know, but you have the potential to help in a way as you're going along. Anything that makes it harder for them, for the Hydaelyn cults to get a hold of staves and get a hold of people, anything that makes it harder for Ulgar Hydaelyn to come back, anything that makes the staves more untouchable is helpful. Doesn't matter who the person is, doesn't matter their intentions. No one should be holding on to these staves. If there was a way to destroy them and remove them from the equation completely, we don't know it yet.
Yeah.
But your position, you're someone that the Hydaelyn cult is interested in. And if you, and I'd be willing to offer help where I can, if you can stay out of their hands, more power to us trying to stop a second calamity or a second coming of Hydaelyn. Which in itself, I suppose, would be a calamity.
Yeah, well, When you figure out how I can do that, just let me know.
Trust me, I've been thinking about it. Been thinking about it for a long, long time. So is my mother, my grandmother, everyone before us, all the way back to the Calamity. Who's to say maybe it will take 200 years to figure it out.
At this point, it's looking like it.
Well, small victories till we get there.
Yeah.
And you can be one of our victories. Just getting you free.
We'll see. I'll try my best.
Well, on your way, if you need any help, Hjolmania is always a friendly place, though your friend Bol, I talked to him for a moment. He said you're passing through there.
Yeah, we have friends up there.
Well, Hjolmania is a helpful place. Urskar is a good place as well. Sigarethia, the Jarl there, is pretty knowledgeable about this whole situation. And if all else fails, flee to Haven. With the combination of the new, well, technically old Elder Druid there, and the Sentinels, that's at least a safe place to recoup.
Yeah. A
And,
haven, if you will.
Indeed. That's of course at the North Pole, so I don't know how desperate you'll need to be to go there.
Yeah.
But, other than that, when you do get to Taldonost, beyond the work that you need to do, I doubt the cult will be based there anymore after the flood. Take a moment for yourself there. Take moments along the way.
I'm not very good at that.
Do it anyway.
Alright, well, I'll see what I can do. Technically, my honeymoon was supposed to be the boat ride over here, but God, it wasn't boring. It was...
Never go on a cruise for a honeymoon, trust me.
Yeah, so...
You're not going to find tropical locations up there, but Amnoblin, despite the attempts of the Skull, despite the industrial age coming about in Gerd Eldithas, it's still wild, and it's still beautiful, it's still dangerous. Take a moment to enjoy it. And maybe when you're done with all this nonsense, by that time we'll be home too, and you can come for a visit.
Yeah, and let me know if there's anything I can do to help with that. Like I said, my husband has money, we have money.
I don't think money is going to save us at this point. Adapting will save us at this point. We can keep our traditions. We just need to learn to update them as well.
Well, if there's anything that we can do to help with that too.
Kill the owner of the Huldron Company.
Hey, I could do it.
Revenge is not a luxury we tend to invest in, but we have no problem if Ket or his friends or whoever else just decides to put an arrow in that guy's eye.
We'll call it a happy accident if it does happen.
Yeah, a misfire.
Yeah. This thing misfires all the time, so...
And she tilts the barrel away from you and her. Well, I suppose I should go about my duties. Take care of yourself. Take care of Ket. Much of a troublesome little cub that he is. He's a good one.
He's not so bad once you dig under all of the thorns.
Well, he is, but he's more likable.
Yeah.
And if you have any questions about Omnoblin or the cultures there, especially relating to the Delmaric, I imagine you lot have some way to message people. I'm here for questions.
We did have some way to message people, but we kind of
You still do. Silas does have sending,
He
but he has
does?
limited spell slots.
Oh, shit. I didn't know he had sending.
He does. I found out
Okay.
that he does. It's part of the Great Old One Warlock.
Oh,
But he has very limited spell slots.
okay. Yeah, that's a warlock problem.
That's like a emergency.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, we'll get something to you if we think of anything else.
Oh, and if you're going up there, and if you're keen, ask Kit to teach you Thunar. It's very, very useful.
Thunar, is that a language?
Yes, it's the language of the Manamara and the Delmaric.
Ah.
And well, they speak an older dialect, but if the Malandrada are waking up like they say they are, they kind of speak that language too.
Huh.
That's another fun topic, but we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah.
Much lore.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm getting pelted with a lot of stuff
I know,
right now.
I know. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, it's okay.
But yeah, she pats you on the shoulder and says, take care of yourself and don't blame yourself.
I have already done that, so
Well, stop.
yeah.
Just-
Even my husband should chat. He said that too.
I don't know. We know that you're a Kulo, but we don't know about him yet.
He's fine once you loosen him up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, take care. And she turns and walks away.
Yeah. Cool. Am I out in a field or something?
You're just outside the village in the grass.
I guess I'll walk back.
Okay. You do see her not go toward the village. She goes toward a hill nearby. But when you get back, Silas is sitting outside the little hut. Looks like he just woke up.
Oh, I should have left a note or something.
He's writing in his journal, and he glances up and he says, "No, I saw you."
Oh, okay. Of course you saw me. Jeez.
You were right out there. And she points to the field.
Oh, I thought you meant you saw me leave, but
No,
okay.
I was sufficiently exhausted.
I know. I noticed.
And he closes his journal and puts his pen away and stands up, sort of dusting himself off. You look like you feel a bit better.
A little bit. Rosen gave me some places that we can go when we're in Amnoblin.
Good.
Yeah.
He's not Scottish.
Good.
I'm stuck.
Cynthia's a beer.
No, he's English. That was more of a posh American accent. But
Yeah, that
whatever.
was weird.
Josiah Trelawney. No. Sorry, Red Dead Redemption.
Okay.
He takes your hand and says, "Well, we're going to have a hard time sleeping tonight, so can't you go for a walk?
Sure.
Let's go." And he leads you on.
Before I would like to go through the trees that Kit made.
Okay. Yeah,
This
you guys
village.
make your way toward the center of the village. The
Can you-
trees are...
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead and describe.
Okay. At this point, the trees are probably... they're probably verging on 8 feet tall. So they're getting there. They're starting to properly branch out and None of them are blossoming yet, but they'll get there. They have leaves right now.
Yeah. Can you
But
guess
you
who...
can see them just slowly.
Yeah. Can you guess who was responsible for this?
No, I have no idea.
When we walk by the little bird bath thing, I'm like, oh my god, he fucking... He branded it.
Good God.
God. You'd think after almost killing all of us and decimating an entire town that he would have a little less of an ego. But
No. The ego is the only thing that saves him from the guilt.
I guess.
Ben was just like, what? No.
All right, yeah, we can walk. We can keep walking on now.
As you make your way out of the central circle,
Oh no.
there's nobody really around.
Oh no.
What?
Sorry, my just whole body clenches up.
Yep. Spidey senses kick in.
As soon as I say you're alone, you're like, no. No, as you guys make your way out of this little circle, Silas actually sort of pulls you toward one of the trees that's slowly growing. He says, would you hate me terribly if I did something very cheesy?
No.
He reaches down behind where his pistol is and pulls out a knife. And he walks up to the tree and starts carving an S and an M into it.
Sadomasochism? Now it's a cake tree. Now it's a cake tree.
I can't do MS though. That's
Multiple
a disease.
sclerosis. Maybe it should be.
Spinach.
Maybe it should be MV plus SV.
Yeah, we could do that.
Shut up.
Okay.
Stop ruining my gestures. It's S plus M.
Oh, yep. Now the tree starts sprouting random pieces of leather.
Whips,
Whips,
chains.
flogs.
Yep.
It starts singing that Rihanna song back to back. It's just on a loop.
Taiylor, he's your brother. He has to ruin everything for you.
It's such a cute gesture.
It is cute.
Super
No.
cute. I can't believe you defaced my goddamn tree, but yeah.
It's his own way of saying fuck you. But yeah, he pulls back and watches the tree continue to grow. And it sort of like stretches the letters with the bark, but they're still readable. And he puts his knife away and says, well, that was stupid.
No, it was cute. I could stand to have you be a little stupid every once in a while.
Because I'm normally the smart one.
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
Because you know it's true.
Oh my god, this is disgusting.
Shut up, Benson.
You're not here. Shut up.
Just because you don't have a love interest.
Yet.
We'll see.
I'll find somebody. They'll probably be Ziegler.
That would be hilarious.
That would be so great.
And then when we resurrect Sylfie, be like, look at my boyfriend.
She'd be like, you
She'll be like,
motherfucker.
what the fuck?
He was mine to hate sleep with.
God.
Yeah. But Silas takes your hand again, and you just sort of wander through the village together. Anything Kit is up to?
I just went back home to talk to Ren.
Okay.
Okay.
You go home, and Ren is there by the time you get back.
I walk in and like, is there a door? There's a door, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I shut the door and be like, you are not going to believe what I just did.
And Ren sighs. What did you do, Kit?
I just gifted the village 5 apple trees.
Okay, what else did you do?
No, that was it. Just 5 apple trees.
Make a deception.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ren is very insightful.
Good
luck.
What's 8 plus 6 is 14.
Natural 17.
Oh, okay.
Which brings him to like 20
35.
23, 24.
Jesus.
Yeah, he looks at you. He's like, what else?
I made a bird bath.
It's technically not a lie. He's like, that was nice of you.
Yeah. You guys need some birds in this place.
Yes.
And there was like this little girl that came up and filled it up with water, so now there'll probably be like 100 birds in there tomorrow.
I don't think word spreads that fast, but sure.
Have you ever talked to a bird?
Yes.
They do nothing else. Wait, why are you talking to birds?
You think you're the only one who can turn into animals and talk to things?
Oh, so you did choose the druid path.
Yeah. I'm gonna become an elder.
Yeah.
Someday.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. Gira's looking pretty green around the gills.
They are not.
But
None of the elders are sickly or weak.
just wait.
And also, no one's going to make a 15-year-old elder.
So how much do you and Vosco get along?
Define get along.
Well, you're more traditional than I am.
Sure.
So does he like actually listen to anything you say?
I can finagle things to make him listen.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna need your help to do that.
What with?
When we do the talks about making stuff better.
Okay.
So
Normally you have to frame it like it was his idea or that it fits with a certain tenet.
do we have a tenet about stealing from Skull? Or tricking them? Or like getting the better of them? Would he like that?
Theft and unfair competition are not great for like Rowless and Zerai, but if we framed it as like healthy competition.
So let me just give you like the basic rundown here. I have a bucket.
A bucket.
I do. I have a bucket. It's a magic bucket. And
Those are the two weirdest words I've ever heard you combine.
You're about to hear more of them. It can produce 5 gallons of any liquid once per day. And it can also create an infinite amount of water at any time. Fresh water.
And you haven't set up a business yet. Why?
I'm traveling. I did sell 5 gallons of poison to a person and made like, I don't know, somewhere to like a lot of gold. It was a lot of gold. I can't remember how much.
You concern me, Kit.
But what I'm saying is that if the village could use it, I know a person that could help you bottle the items. Another druid. Glass blower, actually, that could help you bottle the items and sell them to the merchant ships as they pass. And things like holy water and poison.
And also stock people up on water as they're passing through.
That too. Yes, that's part 2.
Whether out at sea or on land, there's not a whole lot of water on this continent.
You guys could be the water hub of Irakel. But
Vosco's gonna hate that.
yeah, but if we can use the money to buy the land back and then also buy the land back in Amnoblin, you might be able to bring the younger people of the tribe back and give them a life worth living. Because even the old people who live here don't want to be here.
That is unexpectedly smart.
Been on a boat for 3 months.
Well, I've been stuck here for 10 years. So. your environment must have been more conducive to intelligent thought.
Being bored on a boat definitely helps. Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
Well, maybe if we can get this going, you can go somewhere.
I mean, I'd want to stay with, you know me. I want to stick with the tribe, but it would be good to actually see home, because I don't remember it at all.
Well, I can tell you that with the amount of money I made selling poison once, which I know the tribe probably isn't going to want to do poison, but just as an example, the amount of money I made selling poison once, I would only have to do that 2 or 3 times, and I could probably afford to buy the land out from under your feet.
I'm sure we could come up with something more
Palatable?
more palatable, less morally gray.
Yeah. Well, I needed cash. I was very low on cash.
That's, you know what? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
So, but yeah, it'll make lots of things, and it'll be better in your hands anyway, because my grand idea was to try to drown the world, so slowly, but, you know, maybe I shouldn't have it.
Probably not.
Mm-hmm. So,
I trust you in a fight, but not in long-term decisions.
No, I mean, to be fair, it's helped a lot of people as we've gone along, but if it can keep doing some good, then at least it's not just hanging out here.
I mean, even if Vasco disagrees, he's not going to be able to disagree very well once we start to have results.
Mm-hmm.
We could literally just ask people, like, what do you want to buy, and just make it.
You will have to use it probably to water the trees once in a while.
That's fine. You said
Okay.
the water is endless?
It's endless, yeah.
That's great. I mean, we do have a well that works just fine as well. So that way no one's just out with a incredibly dangerous magical bucket.
It's not that dangerous.
It can create any liquid?
Almost. I've made poison, I've made acid, I made blood once.
That's dark.
Well, so it's a funny story. There was like this carriage of people that we were basically trying to like get them to stop so that we could do something. I can't remember. They had something we needed or whatever. I don't remember. And I had my friend lay down on the road, and I, without telling them, dumped 5 gallons of blood all over them. And then
I remember
yeah, and then I pretended that they got attacked, and then the people stopped so that we could, you know, rob them or whatever we were doing.
Yeah, I don't even remember what we were doing.
I don't either.
You guys were putting on a fake heist for Dana to draw in Tomo.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
You stole payroll and brought it in, and Tomo came to find it.
So yeah, we were stealing gold for Dana.
Dana Fiores?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, where'd you think all that gold came from?
I don't know. I don't know what she does. She's weird.
I mean, most of it was sort of honest.
It was technically legal.
And we did almost crucify a fox for it, so
Avoid doing that while you're here.
Oh yeah, don't worry. It was
It was a people fox.
It was a Vixu. It was fine.
Same thing.
But yeah.
Yeah, I bet Gira would have a few ideas for what we could do that would...
Holy water is very valuable.
Yes, that would probably be something more copacetic with everybody. Yeah. And I assume you share with Ren, like, the details of the bucket, how it has to be something that is liquid at room temperature. Can't just create molten gold.
But it could create mercury.
Can create quicksilver, yes.
So the other question I wanted to ask him is, does anybody in the village have sending?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of
I
people.
am gonna, if you guys are gonna need a glass blower to bottle all the products, we'll have to send a message.
Okay. And he has you write down, like, a description of her.
I take the hat and I and disguise myself to look like her.
Oh, perfect. Then he's gonna draw you.
Perfect. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to talk to him about. Oh, I heard that you chose your totem.
Yeah.
What'd you settle on? You're not a moose, are you?
No.
Okay.
Not far off.
You're a deer?
An elk.
Oh, an elk!
Yeah.
Oh, majestic.
Do
you scream at the full moon?
It's funny you ask.
Oh, God. Are you a were-elk?
No, we're shifters, Kit. We're ELUSIR.
Well, did I tell you I'm a werewolf now?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Like you changed your totem or actual...
No, I actually have lycanthropy.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's good. I'm over it.
Well, I mean, Kit, come on. We've got people here who have some other stuff. Berserkers, werewolves.
I, got bit by somebody, so... Oops.
Well, did you kill them?
Not yet. Tried to twice. They keep getting away.
God, you're useless.
Thanks. To be fair, he ran away while I was fighting a lich, so, we did kill that, and I resurrected somebody from the dead, so, yeah.
So, you said earlier that your new patron is Taiylor?
Yep.
How's that going?
Well, she can't speak any of my languages, or any language, for that matter.
The Geary generally don't.
Yeah, so she's a little hard to interpret. I don't know. I don't really talk to her, because whenever she needs to tell me something, she just, sends me a dream or whatever. But she gave me this ring, and it doesn't really do anything, but I've got it. So I guess, and she gave me all these druid powers, so.
I'm interested to see what Savros is going to think of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not.
Either way.
Yeah.
I hope it's working out for you.
It's working. I like it so far. Growing plants is fun.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And I can weirdly do some good after I kill a bunch of people, so it feels more balanced.
Yeah, I decided to follow the sort of Atlaran path, so...
Oh, is that who you're following?
Well, kind of. I didn't pick, a patron, but more of those traditions, and... I don't know, she's the mother of Earth. She sounded up my alley.
I actually have something that, if you're going to possibly choose her, you might be able to use. I pull out the leaf that Atlaran gave me.
That is still perfectly green.
Yeah. Atlaran herself gave me this.
How many gods have you been in contact with?
At least
okay.
3.
This
4.
meant to be a rhetorical question, but alright.
4. Taldonost, Senna, Kennemacambaro, Atlaran.
Atlaran. Savros, technically.
Technically Savros. So 5 so far? think that's it.
6.
6.
If you technically count Olgar Heidelin as a demigod.
That's true. 5.5.
5.5. Okay. Well, Mr. Popular.
It's not that great.
He takes the leaf. Says, "What does this do?"
I have no idea.
Great, that'll be a new project. And he very carefully sets it aside on a shelf.
It seems almost indestructible. Like, it was green when I got it, so it's still green now. Do I have Detect Magic?
I don't know. Did you prepare it?
I have a Ritual Detect Magic.
Oh, okay.
So I will ritually cast Detect Magic on the leaf.
Okay. What's the radius?
The radius. Oh. Radius is. So concentration 10 minutes, 30 feet.
Okay. The leaf just explodes with divine energy.
Oh, Jesus.
It's just like a beacon in your eyes. You would also be aware that there is a familiar, a small magical trinket on the shelf above it. And Ren is wearing something under his shirt, some kind of necklace.
When I do Detect Magic, so I can learn the School of Magic, but it's not like Identify, it doesn't tell me what it does.
No.
Okay.
So for the leaf, it's I consider Divine to be technically separate from
Divine is fine.
From like the arcane schools of magic, so not to be mixed up with divination. And then the little trinket that you recognize is a little enchanted like stone statue. It would be almost like a little idol. It would be of a black bear. It would be your something that belonged to your mother. And then this thing, whatever Ren is wearing under his shirt, would give off divination.
Okay. Well, it's insanely magical.
Gifts from gods tend to be.
I have no idea what it's for.
That's fine. I'll figure it out.
Okay, maybe you can use it. That's a godly gift, even though it's just a leaf. But yeah. Also, do you know? Well, do you think any of the other elders would be interested in learning how to do what I did with the trees?
I'm pretty sure at least 2 of them would be.
Okay. Because I could try to teach them or try to help them.
Yeah, I know that's not really Vokwa's thing. She's not a druid. But probably Rosen and Gira, maybe Morda.
Do you know how to do it?
No, I've been trying to figure things like that out, but I just don't have the resources to really learn anything.
Well, maybe I can help a little bit.
Okay.
Because that'll give you a boost towards your inevitable crowning. You'd be the leader of the pack.
Kid, that's not what I'm going for here.
I know you're not. Let me dream.
I just want to help.
So help. Learning to grow trees will be very helpful. And that merchant in town apparently just has like random seeds that he can yank out of his donkey. So could grow so many trees.
I will do my best to study. But we'll get into that tomorrow.
Well,
And he points over to where he's actually set up, like, all your, like, sleeping stuff that you left at home. He's actually laid it out for you. Says, go to bed. Well, I'm making food if you want any, but go to bed.
Better. Go to bed when I want to.
Listen, mister.
I'm older.
It doesn't matter if you're older.
No, I'm older, I'm also stronger. Haha, I win.
You want to bet?
Do you? You can't even grow plants.
That doesn't mean I can't do other things.
Yeah, but you should see some of this stuff. I'm pretty awesome.
There's also some other stuff I can do other than growing plants.
Like what?
You know that thing Gira did?
Are you
teaching me.
Are you a moose kicker too?
I'm an elk kicker.
Oh, an elk kicker. I'm sorry. Smaller hoof.
Smaller hoof, but sharper.
Yeah. That's terrifying. Why are you...
Self-defense.
Can you be a monk druid?
Yes.
Oh,
in fact, that is one of the most OP combinations I can think of.
So he's like multi-classing then?
Yes.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. Well, I still have my staff, and usually I don't use it, so...
I've got one too. It's a nice stick.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I've got this one, and I like pull out the javelin of lightning. I'm like, I burned a deer alive with this.
Don't throw that in the village.
I mean, I didn't plan on it.
Unless you throw it at, like, Bosco's house.
Yeah. No, I like his wife, though. I can't remember the name
Yeah,
of.
but she can live with me.
That's true. I could just throw it at him.
That'd be... Don't...
You almost agreed.
Just because he's an asshole doesn't mean he needs to die. Because he does do good things.
That's how I live life.
He does do good things, and he does care in his own stupid, backwards way. He's a contributing member of society. He doesn't deserve to die.
I suppose.
He just needs to be worked on until he fixes some shit.
I know some other spells.
No.
Okay.
Don't hex our uncle.
I don't...
Can I become a warlock, please?
No, I just remembered I could cast Gesh on him and tell him that he must do what's good for the village.
You asshole.
He does do what's good for the village.
According to him.
Yeah.
What if I tell him he has to follow Ren's orders from now on? I could curse him. Do you want me to curse him?
Don't.
I cursed my friend.
Why did you do that to your friend?
She tried to kill me.
Great, that's a good example.
Okay.
Reason,
yeah. To be fair, I almost drowned her afterwards, so...
Well, Vasco's never tried to kill you. In fact, he saved your life a couple times, so don't do that.
I'm sure he has.
He has.
Okay.
He kept us from dying of starvation.
Yeah.
Like, he may be an asshole, but he actually gives a fuck because you're his nephew.
That debt has been repaid because those apple trees are going to feed a lot of people.
Great. You can have fist fights with him all you want.
Yes. He can also drink out of the bird bath whenever he wants to.
That seems unhygienic.
Seems perfect for him.
Go to bed, kid.
No, you're making food. I'm hungry.
All right, well, shut up. God, you're back for a few hours. I'm already annoyed.
That didn't take long.
He goes back about what he's doing. But yes, we will bring the night to a close there and pick up on Vrosgar the 19th tomorrow.
Yay.
Well, next
Yay!
tomorrow again. Whee!
Yay.
Wow, it's a session where I don't feel bad about myself at the end.
Oh, that's good.
No, I'm kidding. Don't worry, when we get into some Am Noble and shit, there's gonna be fun to be had. I don't mean that in the like bad for you, good for me. I mean actual fun to be had. There's many lore bombs I want to drop. I want to get into the Dalmarig. I want to get into the Skinwalkers. I live by myself now, so that's fun to say out loud.
Oh my god.
I want to get into the Gjallar Wraith Forest. I want to get into Hjolmenir and Dee and her story, and fucking Toldanost and actual Toldanost and Drozdana and
So many names.
The Dawn Deep Trench is Drozdana.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
That would be my pencil sharpener. I like dropped my pencil in it because I have to sharpen it, and it just started going.
Honestly, sounded like a Britney Spears song just started up.
Oh,
I
yeah?
thought I heard a
like
voice.
A drill.
It does
like
kinda.
It sounded like a bunch of people going whoa, whoa, whoa to me.
God.
I don't know. But anyway, yes. Thank you for joining us. Let's go around with all our shit.
Indeed.
Atlaran Adventuring Company. You can find us on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. All our links are below for each of us, including YouTube, Twitter, so on and so forth. You can find us on Spotify, I almost said Twitcher, Stitcher, Google Podcasts, iTunes, all them fucking places. Podcasts and VODs get posted on Wednesday mornings, so they can follow you to work.
Yay.
Alicia, tell us about your shit.
My shit is at Kelley Writes on Twitter, or my website amkellywrites.com. If you couldn't tell by the username, I write. And I'm writing a book right now about D&D. It's pretty cool. Back to you.
And you just pointed at me.
I don't know.
On my screen, she pointed at me.
Oh, on my screen, she pointed at you.
Wow.
Or at me.
Great, Blake.
Fuck. Hi.
Yep, that's it. All right. Hi, I'm
that's it.
Taylor Wallace now. Go ahead.
So, BlakeRWolf.com, Blake R. Wolfe on Twitter, Blake R. Wolfe on Facebook, BlakeRWolfe. I write books as well. I've currently just finished a fantasy novel, the first in the series, that is in Taylor's hands to be edited right now.
Working on it?
Yeah, I know. I saw the notifications. And it will be coming out on December 4th. I've got a couple other books out that are not fantasy. And I'm currently doing NaNoWriMo to write the second in the series. So I should hit 25K tonight.
Whew.
So that's me. I do stuff, I write things, and then I have a really snazzy idea for my next series, but I'm not going to get to it until 2022, and I'm super bummed because I want to write it right now. But all right.
Write faster.
Right. Oh my God.
He's already writing so
I know.
90K in 35 days is a bit too fast, I'm just going to say. Especially when you're doing it by hand and you're not dictating. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Typing is faster than dictating.
Actually, dictating is faster because you can speak upwards of like 150 words a minute, where typing, most people max out at like, I can only do 70.
I guess it depends on how your brain works. I cannot coherently tell a story to...
I can't either.
So, here's the funny thing. I can do it while we're playing D&D. I can talk a story and improvise.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk...
Like,
damn pencil. You don't have to talk punctuation.
That too.
Exactly. But I've like tried using like, I think it's called Dragon.
Yeah, it's Dragon.
Where the thing is when I'm working on stuff on my own and it's like new ideas and working on accents, I have to repeat shit 40 times for it to stick in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
So like the whole Vasco's entrance, I ran through in my head like 40 times. Like how dickish do I want it to be? How long-winded?
Yeah, I make up all of my books on the fly pretty much, except for like the 3-sentence outline for the
What I'm
chapter.
saying is that in writing a new story outside the context of D&D, my brain cannot handle talking and storytelling at the same time for some reason. It only works in D&D. I don't know why.
I can understand
It's
that.
a different format.
I don't know. I think it's because I'm also reading at the same time. That's one of the problems.
Speaking of which, Taiylor, you should tell us about your stuff.
Hi, I'm Taiylor. Hi.
Hi.
I'm the DM.
My name's Bull.
My name's Bull. Yeah, hello. You can find me at Taiylor Wallace, Taiylor Wallace. What? Wallace spelled the normal way. Taiylor spelled weird.
T-E-E-R-R-F-F-I-C-C-C-C.
Okay, Goose. Goose. But yes, you can find me on Twitter, link below because I can't spell my own name apparently. I also run Sonder editing, with obviously doing Blake's book. Many books at this point, like several.
Yeah,
short stories and books.
Just wait.
Gosh, where else am I? I mean, obviously I'm the DM here. I don't know what to do this week. I write too.
Yeah.
I was missing.
I forgot too. I was like, yeah, that's everything, right? Yeah.
I'm working on a couple things. NaNoWriMo's not going very well because I moved and I'm editing and whatever. But I am working on Rosemary Hearth, which is witchy, LGBT, a little bit of coming of age, potential romance in the future. We'll see. Supernatural stuff. And I've been working on an idea called Northfield, which is kind of Witcher-inspired.
Witcher in space.
It's at the moment.
I want to write that now.
It's actually shaping up to be. It's shaping up to be sort of Witcher inspiration with LGBT elements, witches, and sort of a look at like witch trials and plague in the Middle Ages in a fantasy world. The main character, Amar, is a forester who, as a woman, is not very common, and she's being charged to protect a potential witch who's trying to end the plague. So that's fun.
That's a cool concept.
We'll see. There's a scene in it that I'm really proud of that I'll have to share with the writing group, but we'll see what happens with it. It's about 5,000 words so far, so it's getting there. But anyway, thank you again for joining us. Sorry for my ramble. We stream every Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so come back and join us here on Twitch or catch us on Wednesdays on YouTube.
Or the podcast.
That's what I meant, or the podcast, yeah. So have a lovely weekend. I hope Monday stops at some point this weekend. I feel like it's universal. Everybody had a week of Mondays.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Basically.
Enjoy your Sunday. Don't think about the day after.
Yeah.
And what's apparently becoming my sign-off is, I've been Taiylor Wallace. You've been fantastic, and see you next time.
All right, bye everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
Turn off the stream.
Okay.